Hold on. I need to put some stuff in my hair really quick because it refuses to be brushed. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Just, I set the timer too early. I will be back very, very, very fast. Hi. Sorry about that. My hair got like tangled in my hairbrush and I couldn't get it out and chaos. Let me grab. And still, you wanna. There. Better. It like does not want to cooperate today. My apologies. Hello. Let me turn this music down a little bit. Just a little tad, little small amount. I need my rings. I have so many rings. Oh my god. Like most days I'm wearing 3, if not 4, sometimes 5. It's just like I'm always wearing a whole lot of jewelry at all times. Like I have 2 necklaces. There's one like right here that, yeah, there we go. Many piercings, many necklaces, many rings, many, all that good stuff. Where is the hole in the ear? Hello? Right there. Right there. Right there. I can't look at the camera when doing this. Come on. This one has been really finicky lately with just like not wanting to let me put any earrings in it. Like as you can see, it gets very red immediately because it's like, hey, no earrings allowed here. Not allowed. My ears get to this point where like if I don't wear earrings like 4 times a week, the holes in my ears will just start to close up. And it's kind of a little bit annoying sometimes, but like this, like oh no, it's on this ear. On this ear, I have 2 piercings in my lobe. Like I have the little guy right here, and the amount of times that I've had to re-pierce that myself because it's closed up in like a week. And like this is a piercing that I've had for years. This is not a recent thing. And it just decides, hey, I'm gonna close up and you're gonna have to re-pierce me. But if you don't have the right kind of earring on you, then it's gonna suck. Yeah, I am currently more or less snowed in. which is kind of insane. I woke up this morning and the snow was literally up to basically my knees. Like, I'm not tall, but like the snow right now we have about like just over 1.5 feet of snow. There's a good chance we're gonna get to 2 feet of snow by like 5 o'clock. So by the time the stream's over, basically. Also, I am too little. Come on, there we go. By the time the stream's over, basically, we're probably gonna have like another half a foot of snow. That's the projection, at least. So that's gonna be wild. Also, I'm gonna send out my going live tweet really quick because I didn't do that because my hairbrush was stuck in my hair. My hair is usually not this unruly, but it happens. .tv/me. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Nice, nice. Love to see it. And we pop that in here. And then here. And here. Nice, cool. Yeah, I usually put my going live stuff in like a bunch of people's self-promo channels in different servers. Just because like some streamers accept like self-promo in their servers, so I'm like, you know what? Let's see. And I know that a few of you guys have actually found your way from those servers to here, so that's pretty cool. Did I have? I think I left it upstairs. I was gonna like fix this really quick, but I think I left them upstairs. Yeah, I did. That's okay. We'll do that later. Not a big deal. Do we have a dog coming downstairs? Frankie! Oh, here she comes. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. There she is. Hi, come here. Come here. Come in. Come in. Come in. Come here. Up. Come here. Come in. You don't want to? No. Don't want to? You don't want to? Where are you going? Hi, pretty girl. Oh, big yawn. My goodness. She has been having so much fun today. Where are you going, pretty girl? Frankie. Hi. Hi, puppy. Hi. You can't really see. Oh, no, you still can't see her. There she goes. She's off. She's been having a great time today. She loves the snow so much, so she's been having a blast. She, like, was the first person, not person, she's family, but she's not a people. She was the first one of us to go out into the snow this morning, and she just literally leapt outside and just ran as fast as she could. Like, the snow is, I would say it's getting close to 2 feet now, which is insane. I physically, like, I can barely open my front door. Basically, that's how much snow we're getting right now, and it's supposed to keep going for a while, so that's gonna be interesting. We were out and about on a walk, and she was just a bulldozer, which was really funny. She just bulldozed her way through through the sidewalk. She bulldozed her way like every inch of snow that I needed to get through, but like obviously it's not like she's not pushing the snow out of the way, so it's still like you have to trudge. And it was definitely like, we did not go on a far walk, but it was long because just getting through the snow. And at some points we fully just went onto the not the sidewalk, we were on the sidewalk. We went onto the road because we couldn't get through the snow. There was this one snowbank that was about as tall as I am. And I'm like, okay, there's no chance. Frankie is about 65 pounds, so she's a sizable dog. You saw her just now. She's a big puppy. She's done growing, luckily. But yeah, she's a big pup. Why is she crying? Oh no. I think somebody might need outside. I don't know if there's anybody else to let her back inside, but Frankie, yeah, I don't know if she wants. She did like one squeak. Usually there's like a squeak, and then she like hits the door, and you can hear it. I didn't hear the door, so I'm gonna see. I might go check on her in like 5 minutes just to see if she does need to go outside. I just hope that she's not out for too long because I'm gonna need to bring her back in at some point. But she's been having a great time. Like, it's been really cute. She's just been bounding through the snow like a little, almost like a little bunny. It's been very precious. But yeah, like the roads are really bad. A lot of my friends are off work today because of the road conditions. Some like transit isn't working. Some friends like made it to work and then like had like half their staff cancel because like they can't get anywhere. And like some roads luckily like a lot of the roads in my area get cleared off probably by like midday, so that's pretty nice. But there's some roads that are like the smaller roads that don't get cleared off whatsoever. So the people in those areas are just kind of stuck. And that kind of sucks unless like they get a collective effort to like snow blow the road basically. Like most people in that area are stuck. Hi Dad. I'm talking about the snow. All of the snow here. Yeah, it's like when we were on our walk there was this one road that literally is like this deep in snow, and like all the cars are covered in snow, and nobody has even tried to leave the neighborhood, like because you'd be able to tell by the tracks of the snow and stuff like that. But it's just insane. And I'm so glad that nobody in my house has to go anywhere today. Those who have gone somewhere have left before the snow really started to accumulate. Like, it started last night, really, but they left before it got really bad. So that's a big thing of like, hey, the roads are really bad, maybe just stay home. And some people have had the opportunity to just stay home, which is nice because like they have the ability to work from home. Some people can't. Some people's bosses have been like, hey, there's no work today, we're gonna pay you, stay home. Some people have been like, I'm staying home, I don't care if I get paid, I'm not coming in today. And it's nuts. Welcome to Canada. Welcome to winter in Canada, basically. It's definitely, in my opinion, it's a later massive snowfall than we usually get. Climate change and all. But it's definitely a long time coming. I don't think we've had this big of a snowstorm probably since I was in like second year university or something. So it's been a little bit. And it's crazy. It's very cool. It's very pretty though, which is, it's nice if you don't have to trudge into it for like work or school or something. Like I know that hello. I know that in Ontario, I'm in Ontario, this is a known fact, but in Ontario they just decided that like today is when the kids are going back to school. I don't think most kids are going to school today. The snow is 2 feet high. If I was that kid's parent, I'd be like, we're not going to school today, we're going tomorrow. Because by tomorrow, people would have driven through the roads, like things won't be as bad. It probably won't be too high traffic just because of where I live. And like, yeah, it's it's gonna be interesting. I'm just glad that I don't have to go anywhere. I don't really have like a place to be tonight. I potentially was gonna have some like a doctor's appointment today, but that's not happening. My doctor is not close to where I live, so I'm like, yeah, I'll see you later. Please stay safe in the snow. Yeah, I am doing my best. I'm mostly just staying inside. Luckily, knock on wood, we have not lost power. I had a friend who lost power for a few hours, I think. Oh, I don't know how long. I know they were out of power for at least an hour. It's not terribly cold today, which is nice. So that helps to keep people warm and toasty. But, yeah, It's nuts. It's nuts. That's one of the things about like Canadian weather, is that we talk about it all the time because it ranges so greatly. Like the difference between our summer weather and our winter weather is literally like night and day. It's like we're in different countries. I remember I was working a job that was outside in, I think 2018, maybe I think it was 20, I don't know, it was a few years ago. And I remember there was a couple days where we literally got to plus 40 Celsius without the humidity, without any of that kind of stuff. It was literally plus 40. And I told my boss at 8 a.m., I am going home. And they were like, okay, you're not getting paid. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't want to get heat stroke. That was also the hottest summer that we've had in 11 years. Great year to work outside. That was really toasty. But I remember also in high school, I had one day, well, not one day, it was like a week where like the weather was really bad. I think it was like in probably January, realistically. The school buses weren't running, the transit wasn't running, none of that kind of stuff was, if it was running, it was very few and far between. And all of the buses, whether it be local transit or school buses, were like 45 minutes late. The weather was on the other side of the temperature spectrum. It was negative 35 without the wind chill. And the snow was not snow anymore, it was hail. Because it was so cold. And we still had to go to school. That's just how it is. That's the thing. We are also very prepared for that kind of weather. Like, you know, if you lived in Canada for a decent amount of time, if you've grown up here, any of that kind of stuff, you know what equipment you need, you know what you need for your car, you know what you need for, like, it's harder with, obviously, like, accessibility things, like if you are in a wheelchair or if you have any sort of mobility aid. It's hard to navigate in snow as is, so that's one thing that hasn't really been figured out here, unfortunately, which it should have been a while ago. That's a whole different ball game. But the one thing that we know is weather. We know when it's gonna be brutal, we know how to prepare for it. If it's coming like that morning, we know what to do. At this point, just fair warning, if y'all come to Canada, for those of y'all who are not in Canada, if you have snow tires on, like after December, bad idea. Get your snow tires on in like November, because it comes down so fast. There have been times that we've gotten snow on Halloween. There's been times that we haven't gotten a single inch of snow until Christmas, basically. So it varies quite a bit, but it's pretty cool. Like, I do like the weather here for a variety of reasons, but one of them being you get to experience a lot of things, and like I find that at least people in Ontario acclimatize to different conditions very easily because we have to. Like, at least when I've been on vacation and I'm going somewhere warmer, for example, I'm not somebody that deals with heat very well. I prefer the cold, to be honest. I prefer like -5 to probably 25 is where I am like comfortable. Ideally, like 5 to 18 is, I would say 5 to 20 is like nice. I can handle -10 to probably 32. Anything beyond that, I'm like, okay, I'm way too toasty. But yeah, we have a lot of experience with changing temperatures and changing climates and stuff like that because of where we live. So at least for me, I find that when I go on vacation, I have an easier time acclimatizing to that environment because of my life, basically. That's a long-winded way of saying, if you come to Canada, do your research about the time of year that you're coming in, basically. Like, if you're coming in April versus October versus February versus July, very big difference. Like, we have very distinct seasons. Our spring and fall aren't as distinct, but it's basically like we have July, and then like 3 months of summer, and then 1 month of 1 month of fall, and then probably about 5 months of winter. And then like 1 month of spring, and then it goes back to July again. I probably didn't do that math right, but I also wasn't keeping track of it, so that's fine. Actually, yeah, really quick, I am gonna go check on Frankie because I hear her getting into something that she probably should not be in because she's been destroying things lately. She's a puppy, what can you do? But I want to make sure that she's not destroying something that she should not be destroying. So I'm back in like 2 minutes. I spilt Rice Krispies everywhere. I cleaned them up, but I got Rice Krispies. I think I'm gonna cut my hair again. It's not long, but I had my hair long before, it kind of sucked. It just kind of got in the way and got everywhere. Has some Rice Krispies. Yeah, I realized that like I'm waking up at like 9:30, doing a whole bunch of stuff, and then by the time I start stream, I'm hungry again. I have a sensible breakfast, but Oh, I just gotta read something really quick. It's not something I'm gonna share, but I had to read a piece of news real quick. How is everybody? What's everybody up to today? Or whatever time of day it may be. I'm probably not going anywhere for the next like 2 days till the snow calms down. There was this really good meal that I cooked that I was really looking forward to today, but I ate all of it yesterday. I didn't have any leftovers. But I'll say what it was in a second. Yeah, no worries, dude. Enjoy. Also, what was your cheeky birthday present? Also, everybody, wish Dan a happy birthday. Here, Dan Meakin. I can't point to it. Dan. Wish Dan a happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday. Wish Dan a happy birthday. Please. I didn't get enough Rice Krispies. I'm gonna have too much milk left over. Oh, nice. Nice. Kirby, when does that come out? March? I don't remember. I know that RCS comes out in like 11 days, I believe. I was gonna get RCS, but I'm getting a Pro Controller instead. I think that's a good call. I still am interested in RCS, but at least for the time being. 25th of March. Okay. So not too far away. It looks really good. Like, I am excited for it, for sure. I have a contentious opinion about cereal. Yeah, me too. Latest RCS trailer was nice. I put milk before cereal. And that is that is how I live my life. So I put milk before cereal like my entire life. And it's the same shit. People give me grief for it, but it's literally like the same thing. It ends up in the same place, so. It's like, I understand that certain people, like sometimes people don't want food touching each other for like sensory reasons, for just like not liking food touching each other, but it ends up in the same place anyhow. Well, I mean, I can't have yogurt, so this is oat milk. But realistically, people give me so much grief for it. People are like, oh, what about this and what about this? And I'm like, I can make the same argument. This is why our friendship is on thin ice. Ouch. Ouch, Dan. I don't think it's on thin ice. I think we're pretty good. So, if it's just on your end, then that's a you problem. Not a me problem. But yeah, that's just how I've done it, like, my whole life. There are certain things that people do that people are like, oh, why'd you do it that way? And I'm like, maybe I'm just doing it out of spite. Maybe I'm just doing it to specifically spite Dan. Adam driver thing helps a lot. Thank you. Oh, Dan, did you see Adam? This is Adam. That's who this is. He's just very little. That's why he's up there. That's Adam. And bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, people give me grief about like putting cereal after milk because it's gonna splash everywhere, and I'm like, how huge of a distance are you, like how high of a distance are you dropping your cereal in from? Like if your bowl is here, not a lot of milk left over, whatever, but if your bowl is here, let's say that you have your cereal here, you just pour it nicely, just little toss into the bowl, easy. But people are making it sound like you have the box like here. Also, ignore the hole in my sleeve. That was Frankie. I gotta patch that up, but they're making it sound like you pour the cereal like from up here and it falls in here and splashes everywhere. And I'm like, realistically, when you are pouring a bowl of cereal, sure, let's say you put the cereal first. Fine. Wrong way, but that's okay. Live your life. You finish the cereal that's in the bowl, and then you pour more cereal into the bowl. There's already milk in the bowl. So in that respect, the milk is already first. In that respect, every single bowl that you pour past your first bowl is milk before cereal because the milk's already in the bowl. Yeah. Bye, Dad. Enjoy, what did you say you were doing? Witcher. Enjoy Witcher. I've never seen any of Witcher, and I don't think I will because it's like really graphic. And that's okay because I can watch Critical Role and My Hero Academia. It's getting soggy already. I hate the texture of soggy cereal. It's gross. It depends on the cereal for me, to be honest. Like, slightly soggy mini wheats are cool. They're good, but slightly soggy, like Frosted Flakes are disgusting. Soggy, like Lucky Charms, for example. Lucky Charms, you need a little bit of milk to not make it taste like you're eating chalk, basically. Like the marshmallow specifically, you need a little bit of milk. But if they're too soggy, that's just gross. Yeah, definitely. I put too much milk. But apparently, because is the playlist over? I think the playlist is over. Yeah, it's over. Oh, loud. I was saying something. I don't know. Never mind. It's gone. I don't know. I really like frosted, or not frosted flakes, Captain Crunch and Lucky Charms, but they're both all like sugary as all hell, and I do not have much of a sweet tooth, at least not anymore. I had a major sweet tooth when I was little, or even in high school I had a decent sweet tooth, but now not so much. Like, I used to love chocolate chip cookie dough ice cream. I can't like stomach it anymore. I can have like probably 5 bites of it, the lactose free kind, obviously. But beyond that, I literally like can't stomach it. Never eaten a ton of those kinds. They're mainly an American thing. Tons of ice cream. They're definitely, I don't know if they're just American, but they're definitely like North American. For sure. Okay, that is the end of my cereal. I'm gonna move it somewhere else. I have so much stuff on my desk. My goodness. Put that there. Where to put my Switch case? We'll put it there. Yeah, we have a good amount of lactose-free stuff, which is nice because it's becoming more popular, I guess. Like, it's becoming, well, I don't want to say that becoming lactose intolerant is popular because that's not how it works, but different options for like dietary restrictions are becoming more like available, more accessible, which is great because hi, I have a housemate who's vegan, I have a housemate who's vegetarian, I'm lactose intolerant, so we are quite the mix to have like figure out meals. But it's nice that like it's becoming more readily available, more readily accessible because of I can't eat it. Like when I was in university, a lot of stuff on my campus was like, they only had like, I think maybe a couple dishes per place that had like dairy-free stuff. A lot of stuff like automatically had cheese or milk or cream, and I'm like, thanks. And there were a lot of things like, at least if I went to, like we didn't have like a Starbucks or anything, but like, for example, like when I go to Starbucks, they will like, I'll ask them like, hey, what can I eat that is dairy free? And most things I can't eat, which kind of sucks. But one thing that I can do is just ask them to take off the cheese, which usually they can. Usually they're like, yeah, that's cool. But there are some dishes, or sandwiches, I guess, they're not really dishes, but they're like pre-made sandwiches. Most of them are usually like, not melted on, but they're like cemented onto the bread. And like if the person tries to peel away the cheese, it like doesn't work. And I'm like, that's great. You would think that Starbucks, being Starbucks, would have like dairy-free food because they have a lot of dairy-free drinks, which is great. Like they have oat milk and almond milk and soy milk and coconut milk. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I love all those. And I specifically like coconut milk in hot chocolates and in coffees. Phenomenal. If you guys like raspberry and chocolate together, definitely get a hot chocolate from Starbucks. Like just a regular hot chocolate with like a varied amount of pumps of raspberry syrup. It depends on the size you get, obviously. Like for me, I would get like a grande hot chocolate with coconut milk and 2 pumps of raspberry syrup, and it's phenomenal. It's very good. A lot of people don't like raspberry with chocolate, but 10 out of 10, so good. I think that was like the main thing that I would get at Starbucks. I also really like iced coffees with coconut milk and like light ice, a little bit of like not even half sweet, like a quarter sweet, because the coconut milk already brings in a lot of sweetness and I don't need that much sweetness. So yeah, it's really, it's nice. It's like, also I don't reach for Starbucks very often because it is expensive, and like we got Tim Hortons, so honestly in some ways Timmy's has better drinks. Like it depends on what you're getting, obviously, but that would be that one angry complaint on socials and you have an alternative brand wide next week. Yeah, that doesn't happen so much here. Hello from New Orleans. Hello from Canada. Hello from Ontario specifically. Why do I... Hi. That is a beefy paragraph. Hi. I feel like accounts like yours come into my stream very often, and I don't really know why, but hi. We're talking about drinks and Starbucks and Tim Hortons and stuff, but yeah, so curious is this Tim Hortons drink. I really like London Fogs though. London Fogs are like one of my favorite kind of drinks. It's phenomenal that Tim Hortons has a lot of soy milk too. Tim Hortons, not every Tim Hortons has soy milk, but the ones that do, I'm like, hey, I can drink this, I can be here, I can consume this, which is very nice because I have a very hard time with dairy. I'm not your like typical lactose intolerant person who just sucks it up and deals with it. Like a lot of people will just literally suck it up and deal with the consequences later, and I physically can't do that. Like I have tried to take medication to help the lactose intolerance-ness. I have tried to, whatever it's called, it's like not a lactate pill, there's a name for it. I've tried to take those, even my doctors recommended them to be like, hey, eat dairy. He was trying to help me incorporate more like protein into my diet because I don't know, it's good for me. It's a good thing to have. And he was like, you can have some homogenized milk, you can have some yogurt, you can have some like smoothie with some yogurt, and I'm like, I can't have number 1, 2, or 3. Which, you know, do what you can with what you got. But it's actually like interesting that I became lactose intolerant, because I wasn't born like that. I became lactose intolerant in grade 10. And all of a sudden I just couldn't have dairy and my stomach was hurting all the time, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? I couldn't eat pizza, I couldn't have cheese. I was somebody who would literally finish like probably 2 cartons of milk on my own in about a week. I drank a lot of milk. I never broken a bone though, so something to be said about that. Lactose intolerance went down big time after I stayed away from it pretty much entirely for a few years. Now it's only if it's a lot of milk, if for example in one intake. That is fair. I have tried to do that as well. Didn't work so well. I can have like some dairy at a time, but it's better for me to stay away from it entirely. It also depends on how much food is already in my stomach, for example. So like if I had like a whole meal and I have like a piece of chocolate or something, then that's fine. I am fine. I'm good. I have no issue. I can have even 2 pieces of chocolate if I'm feeling daring. But it depends on like what's already in my stomach. If I have nothing in my stomach and I have a piece of chocolate, I will suffer like big time. Age of 19 to like 25-ish. Okay, that's fair. That's a good chunk of time. For me, in grade 10, I would have been 15. I'm about to be 25. So it's been a while. And my doctor thought it might have been maybe, like when it first appeared, my doctor thought it might have been like psychosomatic, just bodies are weird, brains are weird, humans are weird. And my mom actually tried to test out the lactose intolerance without me knowing, basically. So she ordered us a pizza and said it was lactose free. It's from a place that like I know has lactose free cheese, lactose free pizza, so I believed it. Because at the time, not very many places had dairy-free anything when it comes to pizza, but this one little place near us was like, hey, we carry dairy-free cheese, so she ordered from there. So I was like, okay, cool, I can eat this. And I had like 3 to 4 slices of pizza. I eat a lot of pizza. Like, if there's like a personal pizza, I will finish the entire thing. I love pizza. Pizza doesn't love me. And cheese was not dairy-free. My mom did not see me for the next probably 5 hours because my stomach was just dead. I was done for. And like she talked to my doctor like the next day or something, being like, it's not psychosomatic, and they were like, oh, good to know. And I'm like, yeah. I definitely suffered with that for a while until we like figured out kind of, because initially we weren't really sure if it was lactose intolerance or like a gluten intolerance or if it was like a like some sort of food allergy. But then we narrowed down to like, okay, we'll try out these foods and see what affects you. I think I had an allergy test as well, and we figured out that it was lactose, and I'm like, oh, got it, cool. And then I was fine with just lactose-free stuff for a while. Like I'd have lactose-free milk, lactose-free yogurt, lactose-free ice cream. Cool, all cool. And then during the pandemic, for some godforsaken reason, my body decided, hey, you're not gonna have any dairy at all. You can't have anything. I was like bloated all the time. I was just like feeling really gross. No matter what I ate, no matter how healthy I ate, I just felt really awful. And it turned out to be the dairy factor. Not even just the lactose, just straight up can't have dairy anymore. I also would get like on my cheeks, like especially like right here, I would get cystic acne that wouldn't go away for like 4 weeks. Often it left scars. I had scars. I have like one here that's like very little, luckily. But like I have no makeup at all, like all right here. But I used to be scarred like all down here. I still have little bumps here, and I used to be scarred on this side too, like all right here. I had a good amount of scarring right here, and it took about 1.5 years for it to go away. And it turned out to be dairy causing it. I was also on the wrong medication for something, and that also contributed to that. That like made it come back very strongly as well. But dairy gives me cystic acne, so it sucks. Really psychosomatic can be, but severely here. Norms are out of that. People test for longer times to narrow it down when they what they like and what they can stomach, and go through intolerances with doctors, and that's just their stats. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like doctors are good overall for many things, but I'm glad that my doctor listened to me. I've definitely heard of other people being like, hey, I have this allergy, and they're like, I don't think so. I'm like, yeah, I used to have really bad acne in high school, which sucked, but once I, yeah, justified. I have eczema like all over my hands, which is wonderful for a pandemic when you're washing your hands all the time. It's great. And hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I'm glad you're enjoying my rant about acne. But yeah, like, it's very normal to have acne. Yeah, all cool. You can listen all you want. I appreciate the follow. Welcome in. I like your username. But yeah, like acne, I know that I've talked about this, I think like 2 weeks ago or something. It feels familiar, but acne is so stigmatized. It's so like, hey, if you have acne, that means you're not healthy, you're not taking care of your skin, you're not taking care of your diet. And sure, a good chunk of what shows up on your face is a representation of your internal health, but that is not the majority of it. That is a good chunk of it, but you can have skin conditions, you can have just cystic acne, chronic acne, you can have like ice pick acne, which like leaves little holes in your face. Not like actually like they like little divots in your face, like kind of like craters is a better way to describe it. But it's so normal and it's so stigmatized. Like it's awful. And the idea of having like perfect skin is not a reality for a lot of people. It took a lot of like medicated products for my acne in high school to go away, really, because it was so bad that it would like hurt to wash my face. But that's the thing, is like when you're not even just when you're a teenager, but like I guess it's mostly when you're a teenager, acne like is directly related to like a hormone imbalance and your body's like trying to fix it. But obviously childhood acne and adult acne and teenage acne all suck. It doesn't matter how old you are. That sounds awful, by the way. That does not sound nice, but hopefully it's gotten better. Yeah, acne is just, it's a normal part of human existence, and it's like the idea of certain things happening within the human body and on the skin, all that kind of stuff, are so stigmatized, but they aren't. Kiddo? Okay, that's fair. They're very normal. Like they should be normalized. Like they should not be an issue. Like the things that come to mind are acne and like baldness. Like if you lose hair, that's pretty normal. Like people going bald, that is pretty normal. It sucks if you're like a 20-year-old female or something, but like it happens. And like my skin, like the camera does a pretty good job of like showing how my skin looks in real life, I would say. You can't really see it very much, but I do have like some bumps on my forehead. I have a little bit of redness and acne down here. But it took like probably 10 years for my skin to get to the point where I felt comfortable not wearing makeup. And the thing is, wearing makeup all the time also hurts your skin, because you're constantly like putting stuff on your face, you're constantly washing it off. It's like, it's harsh on your skin. And you're wearing it for X amount of hours a day, and mascara is not great for your eyes. It's not bad for your eyes, but it's not phenomenal for your eyes. So, you know, never fall asleep with mascara on though. Not a good idea. It's not gonna be damaging, but it's just not a good idea in general. Best pal is starting to lose his, and he's soon 30. His sister gave him anti-balding shampoo for Christmas. Oh goodness, yeah. That's the thing, like balding in your 20s is pretty normal for a lot of people. Like I know people who are going bald, and they are like in their late 20s. I know, and the thing is, it's usually genetic, but it's not always genetic. I have a friend who was going bald, not going bald, but I have a friend who like had some male pattern baldness when he was, I think, like 20, and I think it went away, which helped, but it is genetic. Yeah, I believe it's mostly genetic. Sometimes it's like it skips a few generations and all of a sudden it's like, why am I going bald when my dad and my granddad have a full head of hair? But obviously genetics, it passed down for a long time. That's how it works. But I guess it's gotten more glorious. I'm definitely being the jerk. Yeah, it's fair. It's fun to pick on your friends, but as long as they know it's in a nice way and it's not in a like, hey, I'm actually making fun of you and you suck, unless they actually suck. Then, you know, but yeah, I think that's my little rant about that. Just sit now and imagine he's about to be in his 90s, in his 90s. Okay, yeah, honestly, that is pretty impressive. Like, I don't have any family except for one who is actually almost bald. Like, my grandparents never went bald. My grandma, my granddad, any of that kind of stuff, nobody had anything. I have one family member that is mostly bald. But there's no female pattern baldness in my family, so that's nice. Oh dang, nobody's ever actually redeemed that. I forgot that that was a thing. Hi Zeta. Yeah, I forgot that I had that channel point thingy. I was using it to test out nail polish colors. Ignore that. Nat Geo, up to you. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna give you a fact. The episode 10 comes out on YouTube in like 45 minutes. I love seeing the emote. I'm like, it's Matt. Hi, Matt. Let's see. I don't know how accurate these facts are, but it's Nat Geo, so we'll see. Let's give something good. Oh, this one's cool. An 1883 Indonesian volcanic eruption caused permanent hearing loss to some people 99 miles away. There's a little fact. I just saw that, and they have a conversion rate, which is nice. 160 kilometers, because I don't know how far 99 miles is, but I know how far 160 kilometers is. That's pretty dang far. Yeah, I forgot I had this little book. It's just been sitting on my desk. Thank you for redeeming that. That was that's pretty cool. You learn something new every day. Yeah, like volcanoes, I know a lot about volcanoes and tectonic plates and earthquakes and stuff like that. Like, that is kind of my thing. And volcanoes are, like, obviously intimidating, and people should be afraid of volcanic activity when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I feel like there are things that people aren't afraid of that they should be concerned about. Like, if you see a dormant volcano emitting smoke from the top of it, that shit ain't dormant anymore. Just fun fact, that is not dormant anymore. And it's really cool because, like, the Hawaiian Islands, like, I actually want to get a picture of this. I'm gonna go on a little geology rant right now because I really want to. Hawaiian Islands. I want to go on a rant. I need better, no, I want a picture like with, give me like a topographical picture, sure, that's fine. Hawaii. We'll go grab this, grab this, here, nope, I can't type. Hawaii. Hi guys. Oh no, I can't. Where am I? Help! I'm stuck behind Hawaii. There we go. Oh my god, this is huge. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for 10 months. I really appreciate it. Hold on. I need to make this so much smaller. Oh my goodness. 10 months already, my goodness. I wonder who's gonna be the first person to get a year. I feel like it might be you. I'm not entirely too sure. I'm the only one with the potions badge. I'm gonna, hold on, geology lesson. Whoa! Matthew! Holy hell! Welcome in, Raiders. Jesus Christ! Hi! Let me greet you properly. Jeez, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I was just about to do a little geology lesson about Hawaii. Hi! Welcome in, everybody. Oh my goodness. Hi. Let me pause the music for a second. My goodness, thank you for the beefy raid. My gosh. Hi, Matt and friends. Hi, I am Kai, or Kai Maranth. I am a variety streamer. And I just recently went full-time. So yeah, this is now my full-time job as of exactly a week ago. So thank y'all for coming in. Thank y'all for the raid. I am like out of words. I was like so in my I need to find a good picture of Hawaii kind of state. Yeah, it's going good. I have not been going for too long. I've been going for just over an hour now. We've just been vibing, just been chatting. I went on a little rant about how acne is normal and it should be normalized and it's stigmatized, all that stuff. And I was just gonna give a little geology lesson really quick because I am very into environmental stuff. That is like almost my entire educational background is like environmental geology kind of stuff. So I wanted to talk about volcanoes for a minute. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for, I don't know, being here. If y'all would like to follow or stick around, either or, I would really appreciate it. We're trying to get to 200 maybe by the end of February. That's like where I'm hoping for, what I'm aiming for. But yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. There are many people on Twitch, and not everybody's for everybody, but I'd appreciate it if you stuck around. Yeah, I'm Kai Maranth. Same username across the board: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, Discord, I guess. But welcome on in. Hi. Also, for those of y'all on my side, like for those of y'all in my community, if you have not followed Matt, please go follow Matt. Matt is lovely. Matt also does this for a job, so go follow Matt. Matt has wonderful streams. I've known Matt for like a year and a half now, so go follow Matt. But yeah, thank you for the raid. My goodness. Let me really quickly put the music back on. I'm also just like overwhelmed because I have gotten 2 raids in a row now in stream. Like I got one last stream and I got one this stream. And before last stream, I had never been raided before. So I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't have a raid video. I don't have like a, this is like me. I just, hi, am Kai. I play Zelda. Trying to raid you for some time now, but I never find the right time. I've been trying to do the same thing for you. I'm gonna be honest. I keep being like, oh, Matt's on. And then because of the time zone difference, it's tricky. But yeah, thank you for the raid. We're gonna do a little geology lesson really quick because it's cool. And it is very much my thing. So I wish there's a way I could point to shit on the map, but I like kind of can't because my hand goes behind it. So you're just gonna have to use your imagination. Pretend that we're in a classroom and I have like a pointer stick. My teachers always used like a meter stick for a pointer stick. And just pretend I don't have like anything I can use. I have a hairbrush. We can use that. But yeah, basically, stream a little bit loosey-goosey, so I was tricky to find the right time. That is fair. That is very fair. I, like, relatively recently put in a solid schedule, but it's definitely a long time coming. My mouse does not show on stream, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm in Ontario, so I'm in EST, and it is 2:28 right now. So I am much ahead of Matt. Yeah, I also don't have a second monitor, so like trying to do any of that kind of stuff is a little tricky with just one screen. But yeah, we're gonna go into the lesson. What's the future like? Yeah, how's 7:29 p.m. Yeah, so basically these are the Hawaiian Islands, like the big island, like over here. That is like the main island of Hawaii. And basically, like, you can see that the islands are going kind of in like a curve kind of pattern. And it's basically because my camera's also flipped, so this is going to be a little tricky for me to navigate. But basically, like, the islands are like going in like this kind of direction, and a curve. You can see the screen. And the little island is basically where, so to preface really quick, there's these things called hotspots, and it's basically this place in the tectonic plates where a literal pillar of lava is just shooting up. It is just literally a solid pillar of lava, which is very cool. It's kind of terrifying, but it's very cool. And it's basically just shooting up right through the tectonic plate. This would be through an oceanic plate. You have your oceanic plates, and you have your not tectonic. You have your oceanic plates, and you have your continental plates. Those are your two kind of plates, basically. And basically, plates are constantly moving, constantly shifting. Just in general, if oceanic plate hits oceanic plate, they just hit each other. Neither one sinks. Same with continental plates. Continental plates, hit continental plates, just hit each other. But if you have an oceanic plate and a continental plate, the oceanic plate will automatically sink underneath the continental plate. So, in this case, we have an oceanic plate. I think it would be cool to be a geography teacher. I don't have a teaching degree or anything, but I would have a lot of fun with it. But yeah, basically, you can see, I need to, like, can I just flip the picture really quick? I'm just gonna flip the picture, I think. No, that doesn't make any sense. Also, this is, this is Adam Driver, by the way. He just hangs out over there. No, that's my entire screen. No, goodness. There we go. Yeah. Hi, Adam. He's just over there. You'll see him in a minute. Yeah, so oceanic plates, that's what this would be, because it's the middle of the ocean. And basically within that oceanic plate, there is a giant pillar of lava that is coming straight up from the Earth's core, literally, which is also very cool. And basically, it is what creates volcanoes. Any sort of volcanic activity where magma leaves the surface is from a pillar of lava, from a hotspot. And don't swim in the lava. That's the thing. You can do a lot of things, but you can do a lot of things once. Like, I would love to touch lava. Lava looks really cool, but you can do that once. So go ahead, sign a waiver before you do it. I am not liable for any decisions that you guys make. Just to preface. But yeah, basically, any sort of volcano is derived from a hotspot. The reason why a volcano becomes dormant, 10 fingers, 10 toes, exactly, just the reason why a volcano becomes dormant is because the oceanic and continental plates are constantly shifting. Just a little, it looks squishy. The continental plates don't move as much because obviously the continents are in one spot specifically. They are moving about 10 centimeters a year though. Japan is slowly moving towards Vancouver. Well, not Vancouver specifically, but slowly moving towards the western coast of Canada. About 10 centimeters a year. So, yeah, it's wild. Oceanic plates move more, not by much, but they do move, hence why you have volcanoes for a very, very long time. But dormant volcano was basically at one point over top of a hotspot. And then over time, it stopped erupting as much, and then it's just stopped erupting entirely. That's how you get dormant volcanoes, basically. The reason why they come back, if they do come back, which a lot of people don't believe that can happen, but once again, if you have smoke coming out of a dormant volcano, it ain't dormant anymore. So basically, what happened here, my camera's flipped. What happened here was that the plate was slowly shifting. Like, you can see the smallest island at the top left. That is where the hotspot used to be. That is how islands are formed, is through volcanic activity. So over time, underneath the ocean's surface, you have just volcanic activity right there with that pillar of lava. And over time, so basically, when it's in a volcanic body, I guess, like when it's in a volcano, when it's in a magma pillar, when it's in a hotspot, it's called magma. And then once it leaves that volcanic body, it turns into lava. That's the technical term for when it's in or out, basically. And so what happens is over time, it just builds up. Like, if this is the surface of the water, for example, surface of the ocean, you have all, like, the island is going to build up here. But all down here, up until, let's say about here, is the bottom of the ocean. I don't have holes in my hand, but there's usually like a hole coming out right here. And the hole is formed like through the crust of the ocean's floor. And the ocean's floor has this little hole in it with just the lava coming out. Well, hello. And slowly as it spills out of the hole in the ground, it cools off because of the water, basically. The water cools it off over time. Takes a long time to cool it off because it is lava. It's hot. Don't poke it. And it comes pouring out and pouring out and pouring out. And if this is the surface, or if this is the bottom of the ocean, and this is the surface, it takes a while for it to get from A to B. But over time it does. Over time it gets up to the surface, and you just have this giant mass of earth, basically, below the ocean and below the island. Islands aren't just islands. They have shit below it. Like, they have, like, ocean obviously surrounding it, but they have rocks and all that good stuff below it. land. So you have the one little island at the top left. Like, I'm talking the little tiny one that looks like a little curve or something. That's where it started. That is where the hotspot would have started, because we would have seen other islands ahead, or before, I guess, if the hotspot had not formed yet. But that little tiny island is the indication of where the hotspot started. And then eventually over time, as oceanic plates shift and move, you have it moving, in this case, because actually, here's a question for you. I'm gonna go full geography teacher or geology teacher for a second. So if you can see that the islands are formed kind of going in a southeast direction, which way do you think that the oceanic plates would be moving? It's a bit of a trick question. But if the islands are forming in a southeast direction, where do you think the continental or the oceanic plate is moving? Which direction would it be moving in? A little pop quiz that you may or may not have expected, but I'm curious to see what you guys think, because I know what I thought at first, and it was debatably what I thought. But yeah, I'm not smart. You are smart. People are smart. They just are good at different things. I suck at math, for example. I can't do math for the life of me. I would love to be able to. I can't say I know the answer. That's fair. I think if this was a class in school, I wouldn't be smart enough to get it. You would, Matt. Everybody here is smart. Everybody here is good at something. Everybody here is good at something that I don't know. Everybody has their thing. And that's how it is. Like, I could never be an engineer. I could never be a surgeon. But I would be a great geography teacher, I think. I have a lot of environmental knowledge. I went to grad school for like environmental stuff, so I got the brain smarts when it comes to environmental stuff. I know how to pronounce your username because you were from PJ's server. Jennifer? Maybe? I know you. But you are correct. That is true. Yes, exactly. Don't have the smarts, brain smarts. I got the brain farts. You know what? You can have both. I have both. Most of the days, I don't have a brain cell to share or to spare, really. Doesn't bother me how you pronounce it. Okay, cool. Good to know. I try to remember pronunciations of usernames, but unless I know people in real life, I'm not going to remember people's real names. It just won't happen. My brain does not work like that. But yeah, so considering the islands are forming in like a southeastern direction, the oceanic plate is moving in a northwestern direction. And yeah, like the hotspot stays in the same spot. The hotspot does not move. I may have misconstrued that earlier. I don't remember if I did. But the hotspot itself does not move. The plate moves. Hotspot does not move. So, slowly goes up. Also have dinner, so I'm going to lurk a little bit. It's been fun. I hope to be able to race again sometime. Thank you so much for coming in. Enjoy dinner. It is definitely getting late for you, so take care of yourself. Go to the washroom. Take some medication. Any of the kind of stuff that you got to do at this time of day. But thank you so much for dropping everybody in here. I really appreciate it. So yeah. I was gonna say northwest, but I was like, nah, that's the thing. It's a bit of a trick question. That's why. After a while, it slowed down, eventually stopped moving. That's the thing. No. There will be, in the future, more Hawaiian Islands. Or, well, it sometimes Oceanic plates are tricky. Oceanic plates sometimes slow down, sometimes they speed up. Hello, cat. I have a cat. Hello. I'm gonna grab her. Hold on. I want to show you my cat. Hi, little girl. Hi. Hello. Meow. Cat. This is Ruby. Little quick interruption of the lesson to show my kitty. This is my little girl. This is Ruby. She is not the biggest fan of cameras, so I kind of tend to point her in the opposite direction, but this is her. Oh, there she is. This is my little girl. She is going to be 14, I think. Are you going to be 14 or are you going to be 13? I think she's going to be 14. But yeah, she's very little. She ranges from about 7 to 8 pounds. So she's very tiny. Hello. Yeah, she's not the biggest fan of cameras, so I don't usually point it at her or have her pointed at it. Plus I have a light right there that you can obviously see on my face. And I don't want that pointing in her face. Yeah, she's so pretty. Where are you going? Are you gonna go this way? Gonna go this way? There you go. Hey, we don't lick. I had Frosted Flakes, or not Frosted Flakes. Tail. What are they called? Snap, Crackle, Pop. Oh my god, they're sitting right in front of me. Rice Krispies. I had Rice Krispies earlier, and she was trying to eat them just now. Thank you. Yeah. I was like, what's the... I know the slogan, but I don't know the name of it. I just ate them. But she just walked over trying to eat them. I also have a puppy. I have a puppy named Frankie. She is about to be 15 months old. Yeah. She'll be 15 months old next Tuesday. She is a Beagador, so she's a Beagle Lab combo. She was supposed to be 25 to 45 pounds. She is 66 pounds. So she is big. Yeah, if you guys want to see pictures of her and or follow me other places, here's my socials and my Discord. I do tend to post a good amount on Twitter and Discord specifically. I try to upload as many VODs as I physically can, but there's a lot. There's been a lot. I've been doing this for a while now, so it's like it adds up. And now doing it full time, it's 4 days a week: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 1 to 5 p.m. EST. A lot of VODs, so I'm trying to keep up with that as much as I can. I had a video come out 2 days ago. Thank you, Nightbot. And then I have another video coming out tomorrow. So I'm also trying to get to 100 subs on YouTube by May. So yeah, if you want to go do that, go do that. Really appreciate it, because once again, this is my full-time job. So yeah, thank y'all for, if you do decide to, thank you in advance. If you don't, that's cool. Once again, there's a lot of people on the internet, a lot of streamers, so if you decide this is not the place for you, that's cool too. But yeah, Hawaii. I'm gonna take this away for a sec. Oh, there she is. Hello, little girl. What are you doing? You can see Adam. This is Adam. Adam Driver specifically. The reason being is that I find him attractive. And people give me grief for it. Specifically, my three are Adam Driver, Andrew Garfield, and Ryan Reynolds. The only one that I don't get grief for is Ryan Reynolds. But everybody else I get grief for. So that is why he is there. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. See, I have taste. Andrew Garfield was kind of reignited for me because of Spider-Man, new Spider-Man, No Way Home, which we're not going to talk about because spoilies. I have seen it, but if people in chat haven't seen it, no spoilies. when I was young. Yeah. Used to have a massive crush. We're in the same boat. But the thing is, that throws me off every single time. He was 28 when he filmed that movie. He was 28. I am 24 right now. And I did not look like I do now when I was in high school. I look similar, obviously, because I'm the same person. But having a 28-year-old play like a 16-year-old, in my opinion, Tom Holland fits the the look of a 16-year-old better than a 28-year-old Andrew Garfield. I also just think that he was too cool to be Spider-Man. I think Andrew Garfield was too cool to be Peter Parker. But he's hot, so I don't complain. But yeah, that's why we have a little Andrew, or not Andrew, Adam over there, because people give me grief for it, and I think it's funny. So youthful, yeah. I think that Tom Holland is like 26 or something. I'm gonna put the music back on. I know that he's older than me, that I can tell you, but gonna move a couple things around. There we go. Hi Adele. You just missed, actually, you didn't fully miss the geology lesson. There was one thing that I wanted to add that I forgot to add. You missed most of it, but the one thing that I wanted to add was that, like, with I'm gonna get another map. I'm gonna get another map again. Hold on. Where is it? This one is specifically about India, and I think it is cool as all heck. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good time zone wherever you may be. Oh my god, it's Zeta. What a concept. Let me grab where is it? Okay, so this one basically is very small. That's fine. Okay. Yeah. So India used to not be attached to the Eurasian plate. India, you can't see it fully on this diagram, but India used to be attached to Madagascar, which is wild. India used to be, because Madagascar is at the bottom, like is at the southeastern part of Africa, and now it's attached to like the Eurasian plate. So basically over time, India, well, what was India but the Indian plate, slowly moved up and up and up and up and up. Once again, as it says on the thing, over the course of millions of years, plates don't move very fast, continents don't move very fast, but this was very fast in geologic time. This was very speedy. So it hit the Eurasian plate hard. It hit it hard, it hit it fast. This is speedy. And basically, that is why we have the Himalayas. The Himalayas are because India smacked into the Eurasian plate. And, fun fact, it is still smacking into the Eurasian plate. The Himalayas are actively getting taller, which is wild. Like, 71 million years ago, the Earth looks so different than it does now. I don't remember exactly when Pangea was off the top of my head, but the world did not look how it does today. And in human history, we weren't even around when the Eurasian plate was smacked by India. So like this has been going on, like in geologic time, we haven't been around for very long. In geologic time, the best analogy I know is if the history of the Earth is 1 calendar year. Humans showed up at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st. We have not been around for very long. We have not been here for very long. We consider ourselves like the most important species, like whatever, blah blah blah. But like realistically, this Earth does not belong to us. But we act like it does. We act like we own this. And realistically, over the course of a human life can be long for sure. But over the course of like history, humans haven't been around for very long. So stuff like this is wild. And yeah, so basically where you see India smacking into the Eurasian plate is where the Himalayas are, and it's where they are actively becoming taller. I'm trying not to sneeze. And you want to know a fun fact about rocks that let you know that this is factual? Because you would think, hey, how do you prove that this was connected to this at some point? How do you prove that Madagascar and India were connected? Rocks have magnetism within them. If you put a rock through the proper systems, the proper trials, I forgot the exact machine that they use, or the exact testing, I forget what it's called. Once again, it's been a while since I've been in a geology class, but it's been like 3 years. But rocks, if you analyze the magnetism within a rock, you can tell where on Earth it was formed. I did. Bye. You can tell exactly, well, more or less the latitude and the longitude of where the rock was formed, which is pretty sick. So by analyzing it's like only in certain areas of India now, because it's been so urbanized, so populated. Obviously India has, if not the biggest, one of the biggest populations on the face of the earth. But in places like, not necessarily fields, but in places that aren't very populated, the rocks that are still there are the original rocks from the Indian plate 71 million plus years ago. They're the same rocks, and they've been analyzed. And if you take those rocks, do the proper analysis, it will put that rock at a longitude and latitude of Madagascar. So yeah, the rocks that you have in your house, if you have rocks, I have a lot of rocks. I have an entire drawer in my bedroom, in my dresser, that isn't clothes, it's just rocks and fossils and stuff. I'm not kidding about that, that is very true. Yeah, any rocks that you have rocks that weren't man-made, obviously, rocks that you have in your garden, rocks that you have as decoration or whatever. And we're not talking about crystals or anything, like we're talking about like metamorphic, sedimentary, igneous rock, stuff like that. It can tell you where it was formed, which is so cool. Like I have a whole fossil and rock collection that had the labels of where they were harvested, any of that kind of stuff. So that I know. But like the rocks that you, like I'm somebody that when you go on a hike, you pick up rocks and you take rocks home, and then it's like, why is your bag so heavy? Rocks. A lot of rocks. So yeah, it's really cool because it tells you exactly where it was formed. And another part of the whole factor of India smacking headfirst into the Eurasian plate at a speed that is typically fast for geologic time. They say, and that's also the thing, it's like when they say, who's they? Who's the they? But basically what happened is that it was smacking into the Eurasian plate at such a high speed that it killed the dinosaurs. The meteor hitting the Earth in the Yucatan is a good chunk of why the dinosaurs died. Don't get me wrong, that meteor wiping out the dinosaurs is partially correct. but it's not the entire truth. That is what we are taught. That is not the entire truth. Part of it is that meteor. You can also go to the spot. It's in the Yucatan in Mexico. You can't see it anymore, but there is geologic evidence that that is where it hit. And I want to go. So that is true, but India smacking into the Eurasian plate is the other basically half of why dinosaurs got wiped out, because this was such dramatic geologic activity. A lot of, like, the Earth at that point had a lot of volcanic activity. These continents didn't just form out of nowhere. As I mentioned earlier, continents and islands and land masses in general are formed through volcanic activity, through magma erupting out of like a volcanic body and becoming land. Like the whole area of, like for example, Canada. Canada doesn't have volcanoes. As far as I know, we have some hot springs and stuff like that, which directly is related to volcanic activity. But like at some point, Canada was literally like all volcanic activity. That's how the continents formed, was through volcanic activity. So yeah, the Indian plate smacking into the Eurasian plate caused such a dramatic level of damage, such a dramatic level of geologic activity that happened very quickly, and it put a lot of like gases into the air. It put a lot of debris into the air, and that debris covered most of the Earth. That debris, like, basically not suffocated the dinosaurs, but that debris wiped out most of the the flora that existed on Earth at that time. So yeah. Do you see on BBC News about ice and follow? I did not see that. Let me really quickly. Also, Arceus, by the way, we do not call indigenous peoples Indians, even if it's in a kidding way. We do not call people Indians, okay? Just to make that clear, that is not a thing that we say here. Indigenous peoples is at least in Canada, that is the correct term to use. And I am not indigenous, but most indigenous peoples will call themselves natives. Not most, but a good chunk will call themselves natives. But that is the only... But the country of India. Okay, that's fair. Either, yeah. I guess this is good to get out there anyhow. Just in general, call indigenous peoples. Don't call indigenous peoples Indians or natives unless they specifically themselves say it's okay. But I forgot we're talking about India. So that's my bad. I'm gonna be honest, that was my bad. But yeah, the atmosphere was basically wiped out. Like there wasn't much sun, there wasn't much photosynthesis going on, because most of Earth was covered in this just like black soot cloud basically, and a lot of stuff was, a lot of vegetation died. And if you have your dinosaurs that are like herbivores or omnivores didn't have as hard of a time, but the herbivores didn't have any food left, so the herbivores would literally starve to death. And then with that, the omnivores and the carnivores ran out of food because the herbivores died. And eventually, it was just carnivore versus omnivore. So they just battled it out against each other once the herbivores all died. And then by that point, all the dinosaurs just wiped out, because eventually you had the bigger dinosaurs win the fight, obviously. That's just kind of how it went. Big T-Rex, for example, would take down little Velociraptor, unless there was like 15 of them. Y'all have probably seen Jurassic Park. The Velociraptors are terrifying. So yeah, once the herbivores were gone, the carnivores had nothing to eat. Same with the omnivores. So they just went against each other, and then they fought it out, and literally best dino made the best dino win. But unfortunately, made the best dino win also ends up with extinction, because if you have no food, then you're done for. So yeah, that is the whole thing with India. Exactly, survival of the fittest. They didn't last very long after that though, because like obviously you need a certain amount of sustenance to even just stay alive. You can't repopulate, you can't do that kind of stuff if you don't have food. So the dinos were partially wiped out by the meteor, but also partially wiped out because of the debris from the Indian plate and the Eurasian plate impacting. Created a whole smoke of debris and killed everything. So yeah, that is that. But yeah, I forget the exact name of the crater in the Yucatan where the thing was, like the crater hit, but it's exactly not where the crater hit, where the meteor hit. There's also a difference between comets, meteors, asteroids, all that stuff. They're all very different, but they're all very similar. Whole different ball game. But yeah, that does exist in the Yucatan. I forgot exactly what it's called. Y'all will have to Google it. I forget. But I really want to go really bad. I did not used to teach. I used to be in academia for a while. I have 2 bachelor's degrees, and I went to grad school as well. So I was in school for a long time. But I did not teach anything ever. I wasn't even ever a TA or anything. I would have loved to have been. So at the grocery store, nice. But yeah, I would like to maybe at some point, like maybe, I don't know if I want to teach high school. I feel like high school kind of, but I also don't fully want to get my PhD. I don't think I want to get my PhD. That's another like 7 years of my life in school, and I don't think I want to do that anymore. I used to want to be a university professor. That's like what I wanted to do, but I also have social anxiety. So I don't think I really want to, and it's also just like 7 years of my life in school again. So yeah, I'm gonna take the geology lesson part of my title out of there because I don't have anything else to teach. If you guys ever want to learn about geology stuff, I have a lot. I have a lot up here. You're welcome. I hope it was enjoyable. I hope it was cool. I love talking about this kind of stuff. As you can probably tell, it's really my thing. I spent a long time not knowing what I wanted to do. I used to want to be a journalist. I wanted to be a graphic designer. I wanted to go into criminology at one point, actually. And I pursued all of those for a good amount of time. And I ended up in the environmental field. And it's what I feel like I am supposed to do. Like obviously people have like, oh, what are you meant for? What are you on this earth for? In my opinion, we're on this earth for many reasons. It doesn't have to just be a career reason. It can be to be a good housemate, to be a good friend, to be a good family member, to give a wonderful life to a pet. It can be to do research. It can be to make advancements in the medical field. It can be to help people with like potentially emergent plumbing problems. Like there's a lot of reasons why we're here. There's a lot of reasons that we can help people and a lot of things that we can do to help. Doesn't have to be just career driven, because we kind of did it to ourselves. We like made this whole system of like, you have to get a job, you have to be productive, you have to earn money. I get it, I understand it, I'm part of it. This is my job. I am part of capitalism right now. But like our whole purpose isn't just, our whole purpose isn't just to work forever. Hi, hello. I'm doing an existential rant for some reason. So yeah. I am very much somebody who wants to do environmental stuff. I want to help like climate change. I want to like fix all that kind of stuff. At least in my part of Ontario, like a lot of, I'm just talking about like the stuff that I used to study. Like I used to study environmental stuffs, and how I still really want to do that. And how like everybody says that like there's like a purpose. That's a bit of a weird question, I'm gonna be honest, but I'm 24, so hi. A little bit odd, but yeah, I very much enjoy environmental stuff, and I specifically want to work on like flooding stuff. That's something that I would love to do. I know a good amount about it. I have studied it. I have written papers on it. I've done research on it. And at least in Ontario, like Ontario is huge, but like in my part of Ontario, we get a lot of flooding, which sucks. Luckily, myself and like my friends that live here, my family that lives here, any of that kind of stuff, I don't have any friends that live here anymore. Everybody's moved. Never mind. But for those that I care about who live here, luckily the flooding doesn't really affect us. It's never affected me, luckily, so that's nice. It's something that I really want to help with, something that I know in many ways I know how to fix, but it's just a matter of getting those words out to the world, out to like the people who need it. Because like I used to want to do, like I want to be in academia, but one big thing with academia is the lack of accessibility of scientific information with the rest of the world, basically. Like if you read a paper, for example, if you do a research paper on I don't know, poverty in Montreal or something. Montreal is a city in Quebec, and that research never reaches the people that you're studying. In my opinion, that research isn't useless, but it is bordering on not great. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Like the research that you do should reach the people or the things or the communities or the environmental problem that you're trying to fix. What's up just talking about environmental stuff, all that stuff. Yeah, that's kind of my whole little rant, but it just kind of, if you have research or policies, legislation, any of that kind of stuff that doesn't affect the people that it's supposed to affect, or the communities or the animals or the rivers and dams and any of that kind of stuff, it's kind of useless. So that's part of the reason that I was like, I don't know if I really want to be a professor, because I want to make sure that my research reaches the proper people, I guess, like that actually reaches the politicians, that reaches the lawmakers, the legislation makers, the not an ad, no, shut your entire face hole, thank you. Yeah, and like make sure that like the things that are getting done actually get done. Obviously there are issues within a lot of fields. A lot of things are economically driven. A lot of things are politically driven. A lot of things are emotionally driven, that kind of stuff. But one thing that a lot of politicians, not all politicians, but a lot of politicians have an issue with is focusing on what they can get done in their 4-year term. A lot of environmental things cannot be done in 4 years. A lot of things need to be talked about in the long term, in the long run, of future generations, of how can we make life better for future generations, how can we leave the world better than we found it? How can we make sure that these people that aren't even here yet will have good lives, will not have to deal with brutal climate change, will not have to, like, any of that kind of stuff. They won't deal with food shortages, they won't deal with, like, getting multiple heat strokes in the course of one summer. They won't have to deal with, like, severe flooding, all that kind of stuff. Because in my opinion, we should leave this world better than we found it. Because it's not about us. At the end, it's not about us. It's partially about us. But it's about everybody. It's about everybody who has yet to come, everybody who has come before us. And I think that most jobs are helping people. Most jobs help in some way. Unless you are, like, actively hurting yourself or somebody else, then that may not be the best career path. But I feel like it should be helping. Yeah. Electronics Olympiader is talking relatively quiet before a sick bass drop. Bass drop. Just hit you with fish. But it is a little bit loud, that is true. It's a little hard to tell on my end. Sometimes I get a little overwhelmed with too much audio stuff sometimes. But yeah, I think that we should leave this world better than we found it. And unfortunately, a lot of those in power are in those roles for about 4 years. And they have their own prerogatives, their own missions, their own things they gotta do. But a lot of stuff cannot be done in 4 years. And it's tricky because if you have a politician in office for 4 years that starts a project, let's say it's a massive project to, I don't know, add more greenery to the city, for example. It's a project that will take the better part of 6 years, for example. If the next politician in power, if it's not that same politician, let's say that there's, I don't know, John Smith and Mr. Jameson. I don't know. One of them's an alcohol. But let's say that, I don't know, Senator Smith. Let's say that these are just examples. These aren't real people. These are just examples. Let's say that Senator Smith has an idea for a roughly 6-year-long project that's supposed to green up the city. I don't know what city, just whatever city. And the project gets implemented on the 2nd year of Senator Smith being in power. At that point, he only has 2 years left. So that project still has 4 more years to go after he leaves office, if he leaves office. So if he doesn't leave office, it'll be fine. The project should keep going as long as, like, I don't know, there's a pandemic. I don't know. But if Senator Smith is voted out of office or doesn't win the next election, and Senator Jameson comes in and is not concerned about environmental initiatives, that project will sit unfinished probably forever unless Senator Smith gets voted in the next term. But even then, that is 6 years between when Senator Smith implemented that project and when he gets voted back into office. And 4 of those years, that project sat idle and was probably terminated. So it might get done at some point, but unfortunately a lot of politicians are economically driven, and unfortunately often emotionally driven, which involves them voting in and hiring their friends. It sucks, but it's a lot. Like, you can't fix climate change in 4 years. The damage that we've done is done. The way that it actually works is that there is a lag between, I'm gonna change the title again. There you go. Good. Yeah, so there is a like kind of lag in between when something is done and when the planet starts to show it. There is about a 15 to 20 year lag between the two. So the things that were done to the planet that are negative or positive or neutral, the things that were done to the planet in general, in 2002, we wouldn't see those until this year, for example. Roughly speaking, once again, it's 15 to 20 years of a delay, approximately. Sometimes it's 12 years, but the usual approximate is 15 to 20 years. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. So yeah, the things that we're doing to the planet today, we won't see those until late into the 2030s, potentially into the 2040s. And the things that were done in the early 2000s, we're going to start seeing those now. That's how it works. So that's the whole thing that I was saying about we need to leave the planet better than we found it, because those issues are going to continue to build up with time, with climate change, and with just people thinking that we have no chance, we have no choice. But we have so much chance. We have so much of a chance to fix things. There's so much we can do. Environmental alarmism is incredibly damaging and incredibly dangerous. I know people who don't want to have kids because they don't think that the world will be good enough to bring a child into in 20 years. Not 20 years, like 5 years or something. And that's the reality for a lot of people, is that they're like, I don't know if I want to bring a human into this, because they don't think it's going to be safe or healthy or any of that kind of stuff. But realistically, a good chunk of that is environmental alarmism that is founded in extremist theories, it's founded in controversies, it's founded in false information spread from not very trustworthy news sources. There is some foundation when it comes to environmental alarmism on certain things. It is very true that we should have been working on climate change 20, 30, 40 years ago. That is true. Climate change was a thing now. Climate change was a thing then. It is a thing now. But if we don't work on it, it'll never get better. It'll never get fixed. The world will continue to heat up, to change. And the thing is, climate change is a normal part of geology. Climate change is a normal part of environmental stuff and a normal part of Earth's history. We have gone through ice ages. We have gone through massive droughts. We've gone through desertification, which is just basically when things become a desert because like everything is too hot. And that's just how it is. Climate change is very normal when it comes to Earth's history. But the reason why it's bad right now is because everything is heating up too fast. The climate is changing too fast. And it is directly related to humans. That connection has been made. In some ways, it is very well founded, which is wonderful. But in other ways, it's like a little unclear as to if it's just humans or if this is a natural part of history, about geological history, if we are just speeding it up. Which we 100% are. We are definitely speeding it up. That is not for questioning. That is a fact that we are speeding up climate change. That has been finalized. But basically, we, as I said, have about 15 to 20 years of a time delay between when something happens and when we feel that effect. So if we are good to the planet today, if we fix things today, we will still feel the effects for a little while, but it won't be that long. Realistically, in the average human lifespan, 15 years is not long. 15, I don't even remember being 15. It was like, it's not that long. So things that we do today, we will feel the benefits of in our lifetime. Or we will feel the downfalls of our actions at that time. But the actions that we take today, we will feel in our lifetimes, as long as you're not like 95 or something. Gotta make sure the amount of time where it's in a beneficial state to the human species is kept. That is a big part of keeping the oxygen to CO2 levels in a right balance, plus many other environmental factors. That's what I remember so far. Correct me if I'm wrong. Beneficial state to the human species. Yeah, like the oxygen to CO2 levels is very important. Like the Earth's the Earth used to be a very, very low percentage of oxygen, but it wasn't sustainable for life. And then eventually the oxygen levels rose up. It used to be mostly nitrogen and hydrogen, I believe. I believe it used to be mostly nitrogen and hydrogen and like 2% oxygen. So the balance does change, but it does not change quickly. So that's a big part of it. Both physically and mentally 95-year-old, but also I'm not. That is very fair. I feel that. I have like weak ankles, so I'm like, I have a chronic back injury that I got about 8 years ago. Love it. The Earth has gone through a few cycles of near pure CO2 and pure oxygen. This time around, we got to a state where it keeps a balance. So, as far as I know, it has never been pure CO2, pure oxygen. It has always been a mixture of a few different things. It has usually been a mixture of 3 different things, varying between carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. Yeah, it's usually always been a combination of at least 3, if not 4. And it will continue to change. But like things like methane, for example, are a huge issue for us. Hence why there's been like a movement to not eat as much meat, not eat as much red meat. Because also red meat, just straight up eating it often isn't good for you. But cows produce methane, and methane is methane is 25 times more damaging than carbon. So, methane is a very big issue. Methane I think it's 28 times more damaging. So, do with that what you will. I still do eat beef. I eat meat. I just can't have dairy. But it's good to like also incorporate other kinds of protein like tofu or something. That's actually the meal that I had that I was talking about earlier. I made a tofu dish for the first time in a long time, and I made like this General Tso's sauce. It was like this kind of spicy, really nice sauce, and it was phenomenal. So that was really fun. That was really cool, and it took a while to cook. I will give it that. Like the sauce was really fast, but the actual everything else, preparing all that stuff, a lot of ingredients, but very good. Yeah, it was like I made the tofu in a way that it was also kind of crispy and crunchy instead of just being like your typical squishy tofu. We typically buy the firm tofu, just because most of us don't like squishy tofu. And I made this really nice sauce, and I had like some leftovers, but I did not have enough for today. So, you know, did you hear that some Swedish company is gonna make batteries out of wood? I did not hear about that. So the wood growing for the battery production will help on CO2 and pollution levels. That is very cool. Also, hi Hiccup. Welcome in. Yeah, that's really cool, because that's the thing, is like, realistically, when they chop down one tree, you should plant 2 in its place, but that's not how deforestation works, unfortunately. Had a fun time, but gonna dip. Have a nice day, afternoon, night, y'all. Yeah, have fun, Adele, with whatever you get up to. But yeah, like deforestation is a really big issue. And one thing with deforestation as well is deforestation directly contributes to climate change, because when you chop down a tree, trees are natural carbon stores. The more trees you have, the less carbon you have in the atmosphere, because trees absorb carbon. So if you chop down a tree, where does that carbon go? That carbon goes into the atmosphere. So deforestation, clear cutting entire forests, you are literally launching carbon into the atmosphere, which is not great, obviously. So deforestation is it isn't even just an environmental, it obviously destroys also habitats, it destroys potential food, depending on what's growing on the tree. It could be destroying food for us, for sure. It's definitely destroying food for animals. But, yeah, it contributes directly to climate change. Denmark making oil to some weird degree. Renewable was probably bigger yikes in the effed up tech park. Scandinavia is becoming those crazy mad scientists making new tech environmentalism. Honestly, we need it at this point. we need it at this point. And yeah, that's they're figuring out how to make meat in a lab, for example, that's actually good for you and is healthy, and it has a lot of work to get to that point. It needs a lot of work to get to that point where it is publicly available, but they're working on it. So, protein. They do it by simply collecting pollution from the air, mixing it with water right away, then pumping it down to empty and exhausted oil deposits. If I remember correctly, about 30 to 50 years, and we'll start to see some oil conversion, and it kept at a low enough extraction rate. In the future, oil becomes renewable. Honestly, good. We need that too. There's also the International Report on Climate Change, International Panel on Climate Change, I believe, and they have I think it's just a report, and it's a report basically saying that if the climate increases by 1.5 degrees, then it's very bad. 1.5 degrees does not seem like a lot, but it is a lot for the grand scheme of things. If it's constantly 1.5 degrees warmer, that's a big change. And in order to keep that below 1.5 degrees, one thing that we have to do, we have to keep half of the 2014, whatever the ground level oil, or whatever oil was left in the ground, I believe 2014, we have to keep half of that in the ground forever, or else it will climb above 1.5 degrees. Renewable energy can switch out from fossil fuels. I argue for entirely renewable, wind, wave, solar, all that kind of stuff. But I will argue for nuclear if it's in replacement of fossil fuels. Nuclear energy has its own issues when it comes to waste disposal, because we don't have anywhere to put it. We don't have anywhere to put the nuclear waste yet. We haven't figured that out yet. So nuclear waste is obviously very damaging, very dangerous, but we have ways to contain it, so that is good at least, but we need to find somewhere to put it. That's a big thing too. The empty oil deposit Denmark got in the Northern Sea was predicted with our current growth for year to last contain our entire country's CO2 output for 100 to 200 years. Honestly, that's pretty good. They should be close to firing up the thorium reactor in Germany soon. I read about that. Yeah, I did a whole research paper in my last year of my bachelor's on nuclear energy, and Germany was almost completely divesting from nuclear energy. So that's pretty cool too, because I will argue for nuclear energy if it's in a replacement of fossil fuels, but I will argue for fully renewable in replacement of nuclear, basically. I have a book I want to show you guys actually really quick. I have all of this in my mind, and I'm I need to recommend a book. Those of you who are new here, I have a lot of books. Behind this wall, like behind my desk and stuff, I have an entire shelf of, not entire shelf, entire bookshelf that is packed to the brim and packed beyond. How many books should be on this bookshelf? So I'll be back in like a minute. I'm just gonna grab it. This book I read in my library in university. It was like one of the recommended reads, and I'm like, okay, sure. And I took it out and I just read it and read it and read it, and I ended up buying it from Indigo, but this one. Drawdown, the most comprehensive plan ever proposed to reverse global warming. Edited by Paul Hawken. But yeah, it's very good. It is very good. There was one thing that I wanted to check really quick. But yeah, the whole thing breaks down like energy, food, like education, women, and like specifically like family planning, education, stuff like that. Building in cities, land use, transport, materials, and stuff like that. But they're specifically, yeah, nuclear's on page 18. Because they gave a very good point about nuclear energy. Okay. This one. 100 solutions are featured in Drawdown, the name of the book. Of these, almost all are no regrets solutions society would want to pursue regardless of their carbon impact, because they have many beneficial social, environmental, and economic effects. Nuclear is a regret situation, and regrets have already occurred at Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island. It goes on to list like 15 events. Regrets include tritium releases, abandoned uranium mines, mine tailings pollutions, spent nuclear waste disposal, illicit plutonium trafficking, thefts of fissile material, destruction of aquatic organisms sucked into cooling systems, and the need to heavily guard nuclear waste for hundreds of thousands of years. So, a lot of solutions. Nuclear is technically one of them, and it does go on to discuss the good parts of nuclear energy, and why it's beneficial, why it's better than fossil fuels, but those are kind of the catalysts of like, hey, these are the downfalls to it. Like Chernobyl was a very, very big deal. Chernobyl was, it still literally affects people to this day. I also wrote a paper on that, that I wanted to publish, but I didn't. And basically, Chernobyl, to this day, you can't go, you can't live in that area. It is still incredibly radioactive, and there are a lot of people who literally got cancer. Like a lot of people got cancer, a lot of people got infections, a lot of people died. A lot of people died the day of, not even people who were working there, just people who lived in the area. So like Chernobyl is a very good example. Chernobyl and Fukushima, I wrote papers on both of those. And basically, Fukushima was in, when was the nuclear reactor meltdown? 2011? Yeah, 2011. Fukushima nuclear disaster in 2011. Obviously, there's also an earthquake and a tsunami. So that kind of is what made the reactor meltdown. But they did a very good job of cleaning it up. They controlled it very well. The water that was irradiated, they are actually able to reuse now. They found a way to, like, the technology exists now to fix up the irradiated parts of the water, the irradiated soil. Unfortunately, a lot of stuff had to be thrown out, disposed of, all that kind of stuff. So basically, if something like Chernobyl happened today, one of the good things is we have the technology to fix it. Reason why I support thorium instead for nuclear power, it can't run hot enough for a meltdown. That is fair. That is very fair. Nuclear meltdowns are devastating. Nuclear meltdowns have never been good. There haven't been a lot of things that have recovered nicely from a nuclear meltdown. Fukushima is one of them that did recover very well. I took a disaster management course at one point during my university times, and there was one person who was working on like one of the emergency response teams during the Fukushima incident, disaster, whatever you want to call it. So first there was an earthquake, then there was a first there's an earthquake, then there's a tsunami, and then there was a nuclear meltdown. Just 1, 2, 3 punch to the gut, basically. And what happened? Okay, also, by the way, if you are ever on a coastline and you see the water disappear, like there's the coast and the water just flowing normally, fine, whatever. But if the water all of a sudden disappears and like rushes back into the ocean or whatever kind of body of water you're in, usually an ocean, exactly, the more water is missing, the bigger it is. There's a tsunami coming if the water disappears. Go to high ground immediately, warn people around you, save your loved ones if you can, like disappear from that coastline as soon as it disappears. Just a preface. Fair warning. But yeah, nuclear meltdown was devastating, obviously, but they controlled it very well. The things that were radiated, they disposed of very quickly. There was a good amount of food that was contaminated, but they were able to isolate it and contain it and throw it out into the proper disposals. So that's also nice. Hi, Kermit. I'm going on a climate change rant. Glad I learned this as a kid living in Denmark, and this happens not only during tsunamis, even the larger waves can do it during stormy weather, like 10 or 20 meter waves. Ooh, yeah. I mean, honestly, even 10, 20 meter wave, like, water is powerful. Also, on one thing, if there's ever like a big flood, when like if the sewers are flooding as well, all that stuff, like, don't go out into the floodwaters, because the floodwaters are going to be incredibly contaminated with God knows what. Like, you don't know what's in those floodwaters, because it's not even just sewage at that point. It can be a lot of things, and you can get very sick if you wade through floodwaters. So don't wade through floodwaters if you can help it. Literally sit on your roof if you have to, if the weather is manageable. I don't want to say good because it's flooded, but do not wade through floodwaters, because it is very, very bad. You will likely get very sick. So don't do that. Not good. Yeah. And if you have y'all know what riptides are, right? Like, where there's like a thing of water that just pulls out into the ocean. So if you get caught in a riptide, it would literally pull you out. And it is strong. Riptides are very strong. Don't swim right back towards land, because you're swimming against the riptide. You will lose. You will lose. There is no chance. No matter if you're an Olympic level swimmer, you will probably lose because riptides are very strong. If the riptide is going this way, like just going towards land, swim left or right until you don't feel the current anymore, and then swim into land. Do not swim down the riptide because you will lose. Swim sideways along the beach till you reach the side water that pushed you towards the beach. Exactly. So do that because the water is a lot more powerful than people give it credit for. Water is very powerful. And do you know how to spot horse holes and the dangers of them? I have never heard of a horse hole, actually. That does not ring a bell, to be honest. I don't know. Common name here, don't know the English name. Horse hole. Let me see if that comes up with anything, because horse hole, like in a yeah, I don't think it translates properly. I just get pictures of horses in holes in the ground. So I don't think it's the English name, but or I don't know the English name. But yeah, underwater current that follows a specific path, it sucks down someone and can spit them out from anywhere between 50 meters and 25 kilometers. That is terrifying. I don't like that at all. I don't like that one bit. No, thank you. Flows straight through the sand as in liquid sand. Horse do be in the hole though. Yeah, I literally just get pictures of horses. Takes children or tourists. It's the Sandman. The Sandman is snatching your children out of the ground. Powerful suction, almost got sucked in if you was a kid. That is not fun. I don't think that's a thing here. I also don't live near a big body of water, so that helps. My sister's pulled me out of one. Not nice. I mean, it's nice that she pulled you out, but like, see the one pic with the worker standing around the horse? Yeah, yep. Like, what do we do now? Because like realistically, how do you get a horse out of the ground as just a person? Like you need like a little like machine or something, like the little the cat machines, like the big construction equipment. You need like something like that, and like a get him out of there. That would not be, I don't even know how they would have figured that out. I don't know. When you stand at the beach and look at the sea, sometimes you see waves break in the middle when they should before they reach the beach. That's the indicator of a horse hole. Horse holes are like up towards 75% of most tourist deaths at the beach here. That's unsettling. The ground can just eat you. Just, you're gone. No more person. That's not nice. That's not fun. Yeah, quicksand. That's what it reminds me of. But I've never experienced quicksand. Quicksand, I don't think exists in this part of Canada. I'm sure it does somewhere, but I have never heard anybody even sort of experiencing quicksand. I'll pop that over there. I don't know if I have any more environmental stuff. I think that's all I got. Like, that's not all I got. I have a lot of environmental stuff, but the stuff that specifically I want to talk about is in my brain. But I have a lot of books, a lot of stuff. If you guys ever want to learn, just ask, really. It's cool. Also, Discord is a good place to ask me those questions. So yeah. That is a good place to ask me that. I am going to go to the washroom really quick because I was going to go before a stream and I didn't. And I've been going for 2.5 hours, which is wild that I've been talking for this long. But I hope y'all have enjoyed my like climate change environmental endeavor. And Yeah, it's wild that this literally started because Zeta redeemed a channel point redemption, and I pulled up a volcano fact. Welcome in, this is how my brain works. But yeah, I really gotta go to the washroom, so I will be back in like 2 minutes. I'm back with more books. I just had a couple that I wanted to share. I have not read a good chunk of some of these, but they're cool. So, the first one, actually 2 of them are ones that I just got that I've yet to read, but will read. I'm currently working on like a more like philosophical kind of book. I'm like 132 pages in, I think, and it's like just under 300, so I'm getting there. But the first one, Apocalypse Never, Why Environmental Alarmism Hurts Us All. So exactly what I was talking about earlier, about how it's like, this is like, there is room for concern, there is cause for concern, reason for concern, however you want to word it, when it comes to environmental alarmism, but there's a lot of reasons to not be scared. There's a lot of reasons to have hope and things are gonna be okay. Yeah, it's a real word. It sounds funny, but it's a real word. She. Yeah, but there's a lot of reasons to like have hope, be like everything's gonna be okay kind of thing. There's pictures. I know that there was pictures. Wow. Look at that turtle. Yeah, beefy book for sure. But yeah, and then like at the end, like he talks about like, wow, that's a lot of notes. Good on him for citing so well. Oh my god, it just keeps going. These are all of his citations. All of that is all citations. This man did his research, goddamn. I mean, you better. But, yeah, environmental alarmism, it just talks about, like, why things are gonna be okay. Like, why things don't have to, why things are gonna be good. why things aren't as bad as people make them out to be, that kind of stuff. So I had yet to read this, but I bought it like a week ago, so beefy, but obviously like this is like all citations. So there's that, and there's this one that I also haven't read yet, but I saw it and nearly screamed. Like, I was at Indigo. No ad. Shut up. I am in the middle of a conversation with myself. So yeah, this is a book that I saw and basically screamed the second I saw it, because if y'all know my brain, this makes me very happy. It's very loud. I am so sorry. That's very loud. I apologize. That's so loud. My goodness. I have some of these videos very loud. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apologies. That was my ears. They're bleeding. I got no eardrums anymore. All your fault. I'm gonna eat really quickly. Sorry, gotta answer a thing real quick. Nope. So yeah, basically this is a book that I've been, yeah, it was very loud, I do apologize, but yeah, I love space a lot. If you haven't seen Interstellar, by the way, go watch Interstellar today. Whatever you're doing, you're not doing it anymore. Watch Interstellar. Also, there's a name for it. What's the name of the movie? Yeah, I screamed at you on camera. Yeah. No, not Martian. I mean, also Martian. Also watch Martian. But there was another movie that was, I think, with Sandra Bullock. And it's set in space. Like, completely in space, I think. Oh, man. Gravity. Thank you. Yes. Watch Gravity. Watch Gravity. Watch Interstellar. Watch Martian. Absolutely. I think that she was the main person from Gravity, or one of the main characters, I believe. It was very cool watching that movie in theaters in 3D. That was very cool. But yeah, this one is all about space volcanoes, so that's pretty cool because it has been proven on some planets that there is volcanic activity, which means that there could be life at some point. But yeah, like this is Mat Mons, a massive shield volcano and the second highest mountain on Venus. Venus has volcanoes. And that's so cool. Yeah, haven't read it yet, but going to read it hopefully soon. Pass by time really quickly because of the time difference due to gravity. I think that's Interstellar. I believe. Also, I still have the tag on this one. Goodness. No. This is just like, you should look up the big red spot on Jupiter if you, oh, I do know it. I do know the big red spot. But yeah, it's like, I like space. Yeah, very big. How many kilometers across is it? I forget. I know it's huge, but I remember learning about it and being just blown away that that's a thing. But yeah, if you're gonna read any environmental book, Silent Spring is like one of the classics. So, can recommend. Who is boiling the kettle and not taking off the stove? It's just going, wee! Like 2.5 Earths. Yeah. Okay, that sounds about right. It's massive. I thought it was just over 1, but I guess I am incorrect. Yeah, this is literally like it fully says like the classic that launched the environmental movement. I have one more book. I just remembered. I have one more book that I wanted to show. I forgot about it. This one. Oh, too far. This one. It just makes you very happy to read because it talks about a lot of things that like the environmental alarmists want you to not believe. The things that you think are going to be true, the things that you think that will never happen, the world will come to an end or something. But that's not the truth. Also, all these books that I'm showing you are very well founded in like a lot of research. Like I don't usually buy books before like double checking the author and stuff like that. So everything I'm recommending, they know their stuff. But yeah, like this one is very cool. I read this, I think in 2020, which was also very helpful because it's like, with obviously the state of the world, things can feel very doom and gloom, very like, things are out of my control, things suck. But yeah, basically it yeah, like it goes through like the chapters are the 7 things we need to save the world: when you eat, when you drink, when you travel, where you live, when you bank, when you dress, when you use the washroom, when you exercise, when you play, when you vote, and then how to maximize your impact. So 100% would recommend this. Just like, I already am very much somebody who thinks that we can do a lot for the planet and like a lot to help and fix things, and just be better. But this like kind of re-emphasized that, like, yeah, we're gonna be okay. Things are gonna be okay. And it may not feel like it, but there are things that we can do at home. Like it talks about like carpooling and using beeswax wrappers and like buying not from fast fashion, stuff like that. It goes through things that you can actively do as an individual. Because a lot of the times when I talk to people about like environmental stuff and environmental alarmism, any sort of like, oh, the world is doomed, the world is gonna end, like they're just sad about things. A lot of it is founded in, I am one person and I can do nothing about it. That is not true. This is literally a 197 page book of all the things that you can do as the individual. Most of these things, I would say most people can do. Obviously it's different when it comes to like accessibility, or when it comes to weather, stuff like that, like growing your own vegetables, for example. You can't do that when there's 2 feet of snow outside. But just for example, like the things that you can do as an individual, here's 197 pages of it. So there's a lot that you can do as the individual, because a lot of people think that it's up to the politicians, the people in power, the CEOs, and in a lot of ways it is. 75% of carbon emissions on Earth are generated by the 10 biggest companies on Earth. And they don't want you to know that. And they literally pay news sources to not say that on live TV. Or they pay news sources to not make that public information. But it is true. The 10 biggest companies in the world are responsible for 75% of carbon emissions. So it's not you that sucks, it's capitalism that sucks. Exactly, Kermit. Also, let me check this. Let me see this picture. Beep. 1.5 Earths. Send a pic of it in Discord. Okay, cool. Which channel did you post it in? I'm blacked. An existential warning if you show the pic. I'm probably not going to. I'm probably just going to look at it. Animal pics. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool. Okay. Yeah, like 1.5. I'm not going to show it on stream. People can go look at it if they want to. But, yeah, it's huge. It's massive. System of socialism, capitalism, married. Yeah, there's been a lot of systems over the course of time, or humanity, really. But, unfortunately, a lot of, not even just capitalism, but a lot of systems are oriented around the economy. And that makes sense, because that's how society is, and you kind of need it, or else society wouldn't be how, I have my opinions, but we need to have some sort of economy to keep things going, to keep things afloat, to keep things running properly, really. But without humans, there's no economy. So if we ignore environmental stuff, if we ignore what the planet is literally telling us, what has been screaming in our faces for like years, if we ignore all of that, then we might never get better. Realistically. And the economy, I do agree that the economy is important, but without humans, there is no economy. So, important fact right there. Art is made around welfare, so for the people intended to thrive instead of living, medical, and a few other parts. There have a bit of sanctity, which is where capitalism can't touch it. Yeah, here there definitely can be a lot more support for the homeless, a lot more support for people who are unemployed, underemployed, who can't work for disability reasons, stuff like that. That should very much be more of a thing here. Absolutely. Ooh, if we just get rid of all the humans and we solve capitalism. Nice. But yeah, that's like, we kind of need people, we need the economy, but if there's no people, there's no economy. So what can you do? You've already heard this song? Well, you may have heard it like last stream or something. You didn't hear it today. I only got so much DMCA for the music, man. I'm not gonna get DMCA just because you decide to complain. That's not how this is gonna work. That's not how the stream goes. You vibe, I talk at you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Nightbot, or my bot's dead. Is my bot here? Hello? I don't know. I have a Stream Elements bot. Hello? Are you alive? Good sir? Wake up. Like 109 minutes. That's very specific. Play Disney music? Oh yeah, that's gonna go very well. It's like in a classroom, she tells you stuff and you sit down and listen. I mean, realistically, like, y'all kind of have to. Yeah, and there it is. There's Stream Elements. Obviously can't hear you guys, so you can hear me. So I'm just kind of talking at you. Ranting at you for almost 3 hours. Goddamn. What? The difference between a classroom and Netflix is the entertainment factor. Yeah, like I was not entertained in my geography classes in high school, but I love my geography classes in university. Classrooms can be very entertaining, exactly. It depends on multiple factors, but yeah, exactly. Yeah. Netflix can be very boring. There's a lot of garbage on Netflix, and the classroom can be very entertaining. Classroom is a very important place. I know there were classes that bored me to hell and back, but they were very useful. There were classes that were incredibly entertaining that I loved with my entire soul. Not everything's gonna be for everybody, but the classroom can definitely be very cool. Yeah, I haven't been watching a whole lot of Netflix lately. I was watching Marvel movies for a little bit, just to kind of like refresh on some of the timeline, because of, I'm gonna probably watch The Eternals like this coming weekend. No spoilies, by the way, no spoilies. I'll be very mad, I will probably ban you. And I've seen No Way Home. And we got Doctor Strange coming up soon, so that's very exciting. Multiverse of Madness, very excited for that. But I've just mostly been watching Critical Role because it's 4 hours of content, and it usually takes me about like a week to get through that entire video. Just because I work full time now, got things to do, things to clean, got a dog, got a cat. Got things. I usually will like watch it in the mornings or like sometimes after stream. I have like just under an hour left in episode 9, and episode 10 came out about an hour ago. So I know what I'm doing after stream. Yeah, it's been really fun. It's like, it's a good time. It's very interesting explaining D&D to people who have never played D&D, and I have very little idea of what D&D is. But I think the conversation went well, I think. I'm gonna take the climate change lesson part out of the title. Which is big snow. Netflix originals. Skyrim. It's like Skyrim, but I mean, honestly, there are dragonborns. You know, just roll a d20 to seduce the dragon. Easy. Oh my god, I had a campaign in, I think, Dragonborn, exactly. I think in 2016 I had a campaign. Kermit, there's a species called Dragonborns. That's their whole species. I don't know if it's yeah, it is a species. But yeah, it's really cool. And I had a campaign, Dragon plus Nord, but they have to be born. So they're dragonborn, and they're not full dragon. Somebody say Skyrim? Dragonborn. That is true. Imagine a dragon and like a tiefling or something. That would be interesting. I wonder how big he would be. I think he would be like maybe 6 feet tall, when dragons are like hundreds of feet tall sometimes. Best game 21st century. Oh boy. I mean, like, not even joking around. In many ways, Skyrim is a very solid game. I feel like it's just memed on all the time. But it's actually a pretty good game. It's pretty good. But in a lot of ways, it has its issues, it has its glitches. It's definitely dated at this point when it comes to video games. But just no. But yeah, I have fun playing it, but it definitely has a lot of issues, for sure. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I had a campaign in 2016 that we didn't get terribly far into it. I think we got like maybe 7 sessions or something, which I think was my longest running D&D campaign to date. I've never finished one. I've had like, I think 4, and I never finished for a variety of reasons. But this one of my friends was a stealth giant. He was a giant. He was probably 8, I think he was like 8 feet 2 inches or something. Giant. But he had an extremely beefed out stealth modifier. And it was really funny because he was very good at sneaking around. He literally hid behind a tree that, let's say that he was this wide. For example, let's say that he was this wide. There was a tree that was about probably this big. He hid behind it, and then he rolled for stealth. Rolled his d20 for stealth, and he got a 20. And he was not found. He was never found. And this man constantly rolled 20s. His dice, like, they were not loaded. He rolled other people's die, and he got 20s on them too. None of our die was loaded. None of them had any issues. They were all just your normal set of dice. And he just kept rolling 20s. This man rolled like 15 20s in a row. And all of us were just like about to flip the table. Like we were in person, and we were just like, are you absolutely kidding me? And they just over and over and over again kept rolling 20s, and I'm like, I'm gonna scream. He cosmically weighted them, Exactly. He just has that power. I believe 15 was an exaggeration. I believe it was 8 in a row. But in the session total, like in that one session total, he rolled about 18 8s or 18 20s. Yeah, but I believe he rolled 8 20s in a row. So kind of nuts. So the most powerful stealth giant you can ever find at that point. I think I was a tiefling, so I wasn't very big, and one of my friends was I forgot what the names of the creatures are called, but they are like bird people. Oh man, it's gonna bug me. Kenku? D&D. Kenku. Yeah, they are Kenkus. Okay. 3 in a row is already at 1 out of 8,000. Yeah, like I said, this man is one of the most honest people I know, and he rolled other people's die and rolled 20s on them. None of our dice, nobody loaded their die. It was just his luck, which was nuts. But yeah, I believe I was a tiefling, and one of my friends was a kenku, so like bird type person. And this stealth giant also was very strong because he is an 8'2" giant. We were trying to break into somewhere, and he decided to throw 2 of us. So the 2 of us, being the tiefling and the kenku, got thrown. And I think we like had to like pass by a wall or something, but obviously couldn't get in normal way. So we got thrown over the wall, and somehow none of us took damage from that fall, because it's quite the fall from getting thrown into the air by a giant. It was very fun. It was very fun. Luckily, we did go, we went pretty far into the campaign. Like I said, we got about 7 sessions in, I believe, and that is to date my longest session, or my longest campaign. So maybe there'll be more in the future, but for the time being, it was a good time. One of my friends keeps like, what do you mean weak? You don't even like D&D. Hold on. One of my friends keeps not bugging me, but like suggesting that like, hey, you should DM our next session, or DM our next campaign, not session, campaign. And I'm like, but I played other systems. That's fair. And I'm like, that would be really cool, but I wouldn't know where the hell to start. I wouldn't like. I like world building. I've never shown you guys this, but I'm gonna show you guys something. Let me grab it. About a year ago, I started writing a book. I haven't touched this for a while. I'm not gonna open it because it's my own stuff. But yeah, about a year ago I started writing a book. So I really like world building. I really like writing. I did a lot of creative writing. I've done a lot of academic writing. I am a very good writer. So I like world building, but I'm like, where the hell do I start? I feel like I'm just gonna be inspired from something else and then just like go from there. This, hold on, how many pages did I get in? No see, no look. Okay, I wrote a good amount. Titus? Oh, yeah. Made some of the world shit I started a while back. I mean, honestly, yeah. Like, I'm down. Yeah, this is that same playlist, I think. Yeah, it is. Yes. But yeah, I'm not gonna show you what it is, but basically every page is filled. You can kind of see every page is filled from top to bottom. to like here. Like a good amount of it is filled top to bottom. But I'm not gonna show it because I don't want to. So I do really like world building. I like story writing. It's really fun. It's really cool. I like coming up with characters and stories and designs, and I want to learn how to draw people, and it's not done yet. It is nowhere near done yet. I have probably written to like chapter 4, I think, out of I don't know how many. But it is nowhere near done. I don't know if it'll ever be done, but it is there. I am never gonna show it. Usually delete mine if I don't think they were good, or on occasion I remember to throw them into garbage folder or on my G drive. Fair. Very fair. Yeah, world building is very cool. It's very entertaining. It's like very fun. And it would be cool to like test out my improv skills, because like that's not something that I'm really familiar with, I guess. Like I'm not somebody who did any sort of acting or drama in school. Like I temporarily took a drama class, then I switched to art class because that was way more up my alley. I want to show this. This is probably gonna be the last time I show this until it's done. But I want to show you guys the kind of stuff that I like to draw really quick because it's cool. Hi, you wanna let me import it? No, is it not gonna let me? This is a little rude. Hold on. It's really cool. I promise. I promise it's worth the wait. Where would it be? Here, and here, then here. Oh, they're all, okay. I see why. They're all Clip Studio Paint files. That would make sense because that is where I draw it. But yeah, I've showed this on screen, but I'll show it one more time because it was really cool. But, oh no, oh here it is. Ta-da! This is the stuff I like to draw. Yeah, it took a long time. I'm not done yet, but I still have a whole background to do. Let me show you like the inspiration for it, or like what I'm aiming for basically. This is the original picture. Thank you. Yeah, it took a long time, but it's very cool. This is the original picture. Ta-da! That's what I'm aiming for. So there's a whole background, and hopefully that'll be done. I don't know when, but hopefully before Breath of the Wild 2 comes out. Or around the time it comes out. So, yeah, it is absolutely from Breath of the Wild. That is Link's arm from Breath of the Wild 2. So that is like one of the screenshots from the Breath of the Wild 2 trailer. The most recent trailer, I believe. Came out sometime like end of last year. So that is that. So that's this kind of stuff that I like to draw. I feel like I would like to do a drawing stream at some point. That is just a rumor. That is a rumor. It probably, I wouldn't expect it to have co-op. I very much doubt it. I would be more, I would more anticipate the possibility of playing as either Zelda or Link, but I would not expect Breath of the Wild 2 to have co-op. So I just want the game. I just want the game. I don't care if it's co-op or single player or what, I just want the game. So hopefully that'll, I hope it's before my birthday. That's what I hope. My birthday is in August, so we got a lot of time until August. We have quite a bit of time. Same August birthdays. Hell yeah. I am, like, do you guys know what a golden birthday is? It's like when your birthday is the same as the age you're turning. So if you're turning 30 and you're born on March 30th, for example, that's your golden birthday because it's the same age and the same thing. But yeah, I know that was a thing until a few years ago. My birthday is on August 5th, so I bypassed that a long time ago. I'm about to be 25, so it's been a while since my golden birthday, and I didn't even know what it was. I don't think I would have cared when I was 5. Hi, Dan. Oh, go wish Dan a happy birthday, all of you. Wish Dan a happy birthday. It was Dan's birthday yesterday. Wish Dan a happy birthday. Do it. But yeah, I know what a golden birthday was until probably Ari. We talked about this. I refuse. I refuse. No, you don't say no. Birthday. Say happy birthday. Happy birthday, Dan. Yeah, I know what a golden birthday was until like a few years ago, but considering my birthday was just birth. Considering my birthday was, my golden birthday was when I was 5. A little bit late, just a smidge, just a tad, but you know. I'm already thinking of things that I want to do, like around that time. Like, I really love birthdays. I am very much happy resetting spawn point day. Exactly. I am very much somebody who's into birthdays, whether it's my birthday, somebody else's birthday. A lot of people don't like birthdays, and that's totally cool. There is, like, it is literally just a day. You don't have to like birthdays. I'm somebody who very much likes birthdays and enjoys celebrating them, enjoys being around, that kind of stuff. It's fun. And I'm somebody who is like, this is the one day of the year that is entirely my day, minus everybody else whose birthday it is that day. That's different. But that is the one day that is like my day. I think it's cool. Obviously, it's the first month of the year. August is in a while, but I want to do something cool. I don't know what's gonna be. I have a long time to think about it, but I want to do something funky. Thank you for following. Really appreciate it. What is thy new chronological number of Earth to Sun completed rotation since thou hast come to this Earth? That sounds very much like a D&D conversation. It's also funny, a lot of people think that I, like, when I'm like drinking water, like I put out my pinky to be like proper. No, I have screwed up pinkies. That's just how it is. People are like, oh, you're being fancy, and I'm like, no, I can't fucking straighten my finger. Rude. I don't know how I ended up here, but I stayed because it's fun. I appreciate it. I really appreciate that. I assume you may have come in through Matt's raid. Matt raided me, like, I think 2 hours ago. So I assume that that's what it was, but I appreciate you being here. And I thank you for the follow. I'm glad that you like it enough to stick around. Thank you. Little friend under the sub goal. Oh, Ari. This wasn't in his stream, then I'm not too sure. But either way, maybe it was meant that you found your way here. I don't know. But I am glad that you want to stay. That's pretty sick. This is Adam Driver. This is Adam Driver. I don't think Ari, I don't think you were one of the people giving me grief, but For those who don't know, I am a mod for Ashley Roboto. Adam Skydiver, exactly. And we were talking about like semi off stream, semi on stream about how I find Adam Driver attractive, and it was just like chat mostly tearing me apart. Some agreeing with me, but mostly tearing me apart. Most of my friends disagree with me, but that's him. That's Adam. Say hi to Adam. He vibes there. He's also, and when I switch to the Switch, he's just like right here. He just hangs out. He just does a little. That's Adam. He just vibes. He has a good time. I know that Kermit just saw this because I just recommended it to him, but it's not necessarily a great movie. It's not necessarily like for everybody, but if you like zombie movies, if you like satire, go watch The Dead Don't Die. It's not phenomenal, but go watch it. It's Adam Driver, Bill Murray, the lady who plays the Ancient One in the MCU, and I forget the name of the female sheriff, but it's it's entertaining. I don't want to say it's good. It's a fun watch, but it's interesting. If y'all like zombie movies, and this one isn't terribly gory. Like, I am not somebody who can handle gore or violence or like horror, really. That's not my thing. But I could handle this movie for sure. Also, my god, I keep seeing the hole in my sweater. Where is it? Frankie bit me right here. This is my puppy. She is very sweet, but she's also a puppy, so she likes to bite at people's sleeves, and she bit me right here when she was trying to get my sleeve, but she also ended up actually getting my sleeve right there, which sucks because this is a shirt that I've had for a while, and it should be a relatively easy patch. Like, I just kind of have to sew like this part back to this part and we're good to go. She didn't like tear anything away, like I'm not missing any string or anything or any threads or what have you, but yeah, she's a 66-pound puppy. She's done growing though, luckily. Thank everything. But yeah, she bit me here. She got me here. Like a week ago I had a scratch right here. It was just because, for those of you who don't know, we had to take her to the vet multiple times. She had an ulcer on her eye. It took about a month to heal, but it's healed now. And this and this are all because we had to give her medication, and she hates medication. We like physically had to hold her down, and like it was a syringe, so we just like put the medication back in her mouth. But it was a 3-person job to get the medication down her throat, basically. So yeah, that was quite the endeavor, but she is doing a lot better. The ulcer is literally gone. She just has like a tiny bit of fluid buildup underneath her eye, and then she's good to go. But she was in a cone for about a month. She was just hanging out in the cone, and she's not in it anymore, which is great. She used to be getting medication about, I would say, about 7 times a day, but now she's only getting, she was getting medication probably about 7 times a day, I would say, and now she gets 2 medications twice a day. So it's been reduced dramatically. It was like every 2 hours throughout the day she had needed meds, but now she's doing a lot better. She is like just being herself again. I have not seen her act like this since before she got injured. She's just very happy, running around, chasing the cat, jumping through the snow. We got about 2 feet of snow here today, so it's been nuts. I went on a walk with Frankie, and the snow, as I said, about 2 feet tall, So when I was walking through the snow, she was like a little bulldozer. And she just kind of bulldozed her way through the snow, and I would still have to like trudge through it because she's not shoveling it, she's just scooching it out of the way slightly. But a lot of people got a kick out of her because she was just bounding through the snow, like literally like a little bunny. It was very cute. And yeah, it was really cool. It was really fun. She is an October 25th baby, so she's just a little pup, but she is done growing, thank God. A lot of snow. Yeah, we got a blizzard, literally. I am semi-snowed in right now. I was just barely able to squish out of my door, like out of my front door. There's so much snow. Like, I am, like, my housemates range in height by quite a bit. There's some that are shorter than me, some that are taller than me. I am the biggest person out of the smaller ones. Like, I'm 5'4". I'm not very big, but out of the smaller people in my house, I'm the biggest one that was able to squish through the door. Anybody bigger than me, wider than me, taller than me, can't get through the door because there's so much snow. So it's insane. It's very cool. It's very pretty. It's very nice. As you can see, the sun is like starting to set. Small giant, intimidating. By a bunch of salt when it snows a ton. That's the thing. We have salt. It's just under the snow now. So that's fun. There's honestly right now there's no point in shoveling or salting until the snow it has stopped falling, really. The blizzard warning is in effect until about 10 p.m. tonight. So I am inside, I am cozy. It is about, I would say about 21, 22 Celsius in here. It's pretty nice. For those of y'all who saw it on Twitter, I have this really big hoodie. It's basically like an hoodie, like the brand name, but it's not one of those. It's from Canadian Tire, and it's a Toronto Maple Leafs giant hoodie. The sleeves like go down to here basically, and the bottom of the hoodie goes to like halfway down it goes to about just below my knees. So it's massive and it's very cozy. That's usually what I throw on if I get too cold, but we got heat, we're good. We haven't lost power, knock on wood, immediately, because one of my friends lost power for about an hour and a half. Thought you're American. Yeah, just America's hat. The amount of times that people have asked, like not even just in my streams, but just in general, are you American? And below the stream, one of the first tags that is visible is Canada. I know that you were joking specifically. This isn't about you specifically. I've just seen it in a lot of streams of like Canadian streamers being like, where are you from in America? And it's like, Canada. Losing power is a pretty rare thing here. The imperial system. Exactly. Feel so sorry for everyone who loses power often. We lost power about a month ago for like just about an hour, which is not too bad. I remember we had a couple ice storms like when I was in middle school, and I had friends who didn't have power for 5 days. So that was rough. Luckily, we didn't have power for 24 hours, so we weren't so bad, but they didn't have power for 5 days. So that was rough. The thing is, like, as I said much earlier in the stream, we know how to deal with cold weather. We have a lot of equipment. We have a lot of resources. I myself have taken a disaster management course just because of my educational background. But yeah, we have resources. Make sure that you have a spare charger that is like a portable charger. Make sure that you have candles. Make sure that you have like some sort of canned food or something, just to be safe. Make sure, if you live in my part of Canada, you kind of need to make sure that you're equipped. Watching from France, not as snowy. That's very fair. I haven't heard very much about how much snow you guys get, but I've heard that it can be pretty sizable sometimes. But it obviously depends on. I feel like that's very subjective because it's like a lot of snow to us is an unbearable amount of snow in like Florida, for example. Like everybody's acclimatized, accustomed to different weathers and stuff like that. We're just prepared because we have to be. We have like a lot of people that I know have like backup generators, and they have like spare batteries, they have spare a lot of things. And if for some reason we lost power for more than like a day or something, I'm sure that we could like drive over to some family who like we have some family who aren't like they're like maybe 2 hours away or something, that like they never lose power. So I'm like, we could just pop over there, be fine. Everybody's double vaxxed, everybody's good, triple vaxxed. But yeah, like we haven't lost any power, so we good. We just very snowy. Recent one that went for like 3-ish days. I didn't get that specifically. I think that I did hear about that, and I think that we lost power for maybe a couple hours or something. But yeah, for those of y'all in Canada, or those of y'all who've heard of it, I'm sure Kermit, you've heard of it, because I don't know, we talk a lot. There was the Montreal ice storm when I was like pretty little, and then there was another ice storm when I would have been probably in like grade 6 or grade 7. That was the one where people lost power for 5 days. But everybody got out of it fine. A lot of people just went skating. Honestly, it was pretty cool because I'm gonna bounce this late here. We'll be back another day. See you guys around. Yeah, sounds great. I am live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, 1 to 5 p.m. EST. Yeah. Here comes a puppy. Here comes a puppy. Hi, the puppy. Hello, Frankie. I want to see. Hi, come here. Where are you going? Nope, she's leaving. Okay, goodbye. She just comes down to sniff one thing and leaves. I'm glad we got extra of those windmills, etc. that we just turned back on to avoid that. That is fair. That is a good call. Yeah, luckily here in my entire life, like I've lived in a few different places, but at least while I'm here, the longest amount of time that we've lost power for is 24 hours. It's never been longer than that, so luckily. Bit thankful for living where I live now. We don't lose power for that long. At worst, we get storms so strong the stone tiles flies around. Yeah, we've had to like get the roof replaced because like things have just been kind of ripped off and stuff, but you know, it happens. Weather is weather, so what can you do about it? And what was I gonna say? But yeah, I haven't broken them out yet. I'm probably gonna break them out tomorrow. I wore one of my housemate's boots just because her boots are taller, because she's taller. To take Frankie out into the wild. But I have boots that have little ice picks on the bottom of them that you can just kind of flip out, and those are very heavy duty. They are good up until negative 40 degrees Celsius, and you can just flip them. The little it's not a switch, but you just flip the ice pick out and you're ready to go. You're good to go. But during the ice storm, when some of my friends lost power for 5 days, the streets were all icy. Nobody was going anywhere. Nobody was driving. People just stayed at home, unless they had to get food or resources or something like that. But a lot of my friends legitimately just went skating down the roads. It was the most Canadian thing I think I've seen in like my entire life. They just ripped out their skates and went skating literally down the streets. They just zipped around, and in most places the ice was so thick that you could skate and like not hit cement or concrete or what have you. So that was pretty cool. I've never done that because the ice didn't get too thick for me. The ice did get pretty thick, but didn't get that bad. So it was very cool. Delivery drones and backup generator would be handy in those situations. Yeah, for sure. The Aussie Man reviews video. I don't know if I know that. That does not ring even a little bell. That rings 0 bells. I do not know what that is. Sending in memes. Okay. Also, yeah, if y'all would like to join Discord, there you go. Right here. Let me see this. Oh, yeah. No, I did see that. Yep. Yeah. I think that's in Montreal. I believe. I'm pretty sure I've been on that hill. I think it's in Montreal. I could be wrong, but it looks like Montreal. It's just, yeah, it's in the memes channel in the Discord if y'all do want to go check it out. It's just Canadian weather being how it be, how it do. Ooh, need some water. My throat's feeling a little parched. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? I don't know what I was gonna say. But yours seem more normal, but extreme compared to ours. We just get hail and snow and warm sunshine in the same day. Oh, we've gotten that a million times. Canadian weather is like, be prepared to change outfits 3 times during the day. If the weather is right, you gotta be ready for anything. It's nuts. Obviously I'm only speaking for Ontario, but I don't know how it is in like Alberta or the Maritimes or what have you, but it's nuts here. I know that Montreal and surrounding area, Montreal and Ottawa and surrounding area get pretty bad winter weather for sure. So those areas definitely get hit pretty hard in the winter. But we know it's coming. Every year it comes. It's never a surprise. It's just how it is. Our hilly country, it causes a ton of localized weathers. So at sometimes of the year you can drive from a rainy place to a sunny place, etc., and the weather stay in those areas for like half a day, sometimes more. Yeah, very fair. That happens here too. I went like a little bit. I went like, I think like an hour north to pick. What was I doing? I don't know what I was doing. I was like an hour north of where I live, which is somewhere in Ontario. And it was downpouring like crazy. It was nuts. It was like some of the heaviest rain we had gotten that summer. Rain, yeah. And it was crazy. It was like these big dark gray clouds. There was rain that was hitting so hard that it sounded like hail. And it wasn't hail, it was rain. But then we drove out of that town, and it was specifically just in that town. Once we literally left the barriers of the town, there was no rain. It was sunshine, it was beautiful. You could see the rain disappearing behind you. You could see the clouds fading from dark gray to bright and sunny and fluffy white clouds. And it was like only that town had this ridiculous rainstorm. It was nuts. Never realized till a couple of years back that Central Canada is some of the most erratic weather globally. That I didn't know. I knew it was some of the most erratic weather in this continent, North America. That's where I live. But yeah, I didn't realize that was a thing. God dang. Yeah, just rain. In terms of variance. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mentioned earlier how like we can literally go from -40 to +40 in like the span of a few months. The places are like extremely small areas compared to others, so driving on a 30-kilometer-ish highway before, I've experienced all the year's weather in a single short drive. Welcome to Canada. That happens here. It's nuts. But today's weather? Yeah, a little bit. I talked about earlier in stream about like how we've had a blizzard that's still going. It's supposed to keep going until about 10 p.m. tonight. And we got about 2 feet of snow, and how I took Frankie on a walk through the snow. But a lot of people got a kick out of her. It was really cute. It was really funny. A lot of people were like, the biggest one we've had in the past decade. I would believe that. I would 100% believe that. I know we've had snow like this before. We have definitely gotten snow this bad to the point of being basically snowed in. But the past decade, goddamn. I mean, I don't remember there being snow like this since probably middle school. So that makes sense. Yeah, so that's how bad the weather is today. Maybe they're counting its range, but have had locally more drastic blizzards. That is fair. That is definitely fair. So yeah, it's been brutal. It's been interesting. We had rare occurrence in December lasting almost 3 days. That's fair. Haven't seen snow in 10 years. I mean, honestly, it's in some ways overrated when you have places to be, but it's really cool. Also, hello. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we get snow for probably a good chunk of winter. Like I would say, like between probably mid to end of December to probably March is usually when we get a lot of snow. But the biggest snowstorm in a decade was today. So that is nuts. Water was cold and freezing, and the temp outside was a few degrees below zero, but the water didn't freeze, just sucked all the warmth from everywhere away. It was interesting to experience. That does sound interesting. My country is on the warmer side, but I love winter, so I should probably move. I mean, hey, if you'd like to, that's up to you. You live your life. There are a lot of places to live. We definitely get weather that ranges in like the 30s to 40s, like Celsius in the positives, and then the negatives in the 30s to 40s, which is nuts. So it's a huge range for sure. Welcome to Canada. Yay. But yeah, I do prefer colder weather over warmer weather as well, for sure. It's like, I know that I mentioned this earlier. I am comfortable in about -10 to +32. That is my ideal range. But that's my comfortable range. My ideal range is about, I'd say about 5 to 25. That's like where I'm like, yes, this is great. This is wonderful. I am comfy. I like to be able to like wear sweaters and stuff. I really like sweaters. I like the big sweaters. The big like knitted sweaters are my favorite. I'm also pretty outdoorsy, nature-y kind of stuff. So I like the granola looking sweaters. Yeah. At least frost provides some insulation. This was more like death has come for everyone. That is fair. Weather is weather. Live in Croatia, capital city, Zagreb. Is that how you pronounce that? And here winter's usually around 5 Celsius. Summer goes up to about 40. That is toasty. That is very toasty. Oh, we got a cat. Hello, cat. Hello, cat. Let's see this. Hello. Cat. Hello. This is Ruby. Pronounced it quite well. Okay, nice. I mean, I'm part Serbian, so I have definitely heard the name before. So yeah. Most people don't look at me and expect Eastern European, but yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. Best weather is 16 Celsius, San Fran Pier, light breeze, Serbia. I read both messages at the same time. Light breeze, Serbia sunset. Light breeze, beautiful sunset. That sounds very nice, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Serbia is indeed right next to Croatia. For a light breeze, Serbian 25. Exactly. Yeah, I'm partially Eastern European, but I've been in Canada my whole life. But sounds like a dating ad. It does. Just I like a light breeze and a nice walk on the sunset in Serbia at age 25. I am seeking I seek a light breeze and 25 and a beautiful sunset. Oh my goodness, let me 2 seconds. Okay, there we go. I'm wanting a snow, please send. Honestly, we got more than we need. We got a whole 2 feet covering everything. My backyard, we have a barbecue, and the barbecue is probably like it's a fair amount off the ground, obviously, because it's barbecue. And it's like halfway. Don't how much is feet. Let me convert. I don't know off the top of my head. There goes the cat at speed of light. 2 feet is about 60 centimeters. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if that is exact. No, ad. No ad. Shut up. Shut your entire face. No more ad. Don't give me a Rainbow Six Siege ad. Stop that. I need you to shut up. There we go. Okay. She is going nuts. Are you good? Are you okay? She basically goes to the washroom and then zooms around the basement immediately. And my theory is because she's lighter. And she just gets the zoomies, but she's done now apparently, so. But yeah, either way, 2 feet, according to the internet, is 60.96 centimeters of snow. Can stick to the metric system, don't understand other. Justified. Canada does a weird mix of things. Like, our distance is tracked in kilometers, meters, centimeters, but we don't use kilograms. Most people don't use kilograms for weight. Most people use pounds. Which doesn't make sense. But, like, I don't know off the top of my head how much a kilogram is. I know how much a pound is. Pound make perfect sense in my head. Like, I know that this one is about 7 pounds. That makes sense. Kilograms? I don't know. I don't get that. That's something we were taught. Maybe we were taught it and I just don't remember it, but I don't know that. Only thing I learned is my height and weight in pounds and inches. That is fair. There she goes. It's frustrating as a physics. Kermit is a physics. Just I have to know all these conversions. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't need that. I probably would need that for like weighing rocks and stuff, but I don't know. I don't have a rock scale. I just have a scale. I don't have a rock scale. I want to get a rock tumbler. That'd be really cool. Like they run for a few days and you just put in raw rocks and it comes out all shiny. But honestly, I do prefer the raw rock itself instead of the shiny ones. I like the raw ones. They're cool. They're cooler looking than the shiny ones. So maybe we'll see. I have so many rocks. I should show you guys my rocks. I got so many rocks. I love when imperial versus metric talk starts. Sometimes brings out of the world. Pick up countries that used to use them, which of them, and how one-sided it's become. Yeah, it really has. It's like, I'm a geologist. I don't need to see more rocks. You were in the right stream then, to be honest. I did a lot of environmental education. I was in university for 6 years. I have 2 bachelor's degrees, and I went to grad school all for environmental stuff. So you were in the right stream. It would be really cool to be a geologist. I am more, I don't know, I want to be an environmental geographer. That's what I want to be. That would be cool. But I like rocks very much. I have so many rocks. I have an entire drawer in my room. Like in my dresser. It's just fossils and rocks. It's just fossils and rocks. So yeah, I should, like, realistically I'm running out of storage space. So I should probably move my rocks somewhere else. But I don't know where else to put them. All in vain planet would be fine. Human race are fucked. Honestly, in my opinion, I disagree, but that's okay. I was actually just talking about earlier about like environmental alarmism and how we can save everything. Because I want to be one of the people that helps everybody, that fixes everything. I want to make things better for those who have yet to come, those who are on the way, those who will be here in 100 years. I want to make sure that things are good for when they get here. But yeah, I do very much believe that there are things that we can fix. I want to be part of that movement too. I actively already am in some ways that I won't talk about on stream because they're personal. And would probably dox me, so I'm not gonna do that. But death becomes optional so I can live on as long as I want. Honestly, I don't think I would want that. Like, once my body fails me, I think that would kind of suck. Like, I wouldn't really want to be carried around. I wouldn't really want to be, like, I would want to be in control of my own everything if I can. I feel like just living a life where your body has failed you would suck. It does not sound enjoyable. It does not sound, I feel like it'd be hard to live a flourishing life if your body has failed you. But the argument can be made for, like, technological advancements, medical advancements that are coming and already have come in some ways. So we'll see. Like prosthetics and like artificial hearts and stuff like that. So we'll see what the future holds. Learning thermodynamics was the most fueling part of my hatred for the imperial systems. That is very fair. Very fair. Get frustrated when people go buy an electric car. It doesn't pollute the environment. Just the batteries and loose electric cars are filthy as hell. Mining for the minerals used in them is hella filthy work, and production and transportation of materials pollutes it 10 times more than making a normal car. Exactly. I literally couldn't have said it better myself. Electric cars are literally no better for the environment than fossil fuels. Like, they're sought out by like the environmentalists to be like, oh, I have an electric car, I have a green car, I have a car that's not gonna hurt our planet anymore. No, it will. It will. It will continue to, because you've already bought the car with the battery. The car was already there. The car with that damaging battery is already there. And the disposal of batteries is not an easy thing to do either. There's a reason why battery acid is toxic. Electric cars are hyped up to be these green, eco-friendly, wonderful ways to fix the planet, to reduce pollution. No, that's not how that works. And it's hyped up to be that. But, you know, hydrogen fuel cells are the future. Honda is working on electric car is a scam. Yeah, electric car is definitely not a good solution. Could the argument of short-term versus long-term effects be made? Yes and no. I don't think you were here for this part of the stream, Kermit, when I was ranting about climate change and stuff. Also, for those of y'all who were here, I usually play games. This has just turned into a ranting about the planet stream because it's something that I'm passionate about and it's my stream and I can talk about basically whatever I want under certain circumstances and rules, but I am very into this kind of stuff, so I'm having fun. But yeah, we usually play like Zelda games. I've been playing Horizon Zero Dawn. I was gonna do Minecraft today, but I don't think that's gonna happen anymore because I'm going for a while. But if more and more people got electric car, you need more energy. More energy means more power plants. Power plants need fossil fuels or wind, but wind ones aren't as powerful. So yeah, exactly, yeah. It has its downfalls and its good parts. I feel like in some ways they're equal, but in other ways one outweighs the other. So it's tricky. Storing of it is the problem. Efficient and cheap way of storing it. Inventing more environmentally friendly sources of power. Exactly. Like wave energy is a relatively newer form of renewable energy, but it's pretty nice. It's like actually pretty viable. It's not very widely used just yet, but they're working on it. It's getting there. It is definitely showing promise, so that's nice because like as long as we have waves it'll be a viable source of power, so that's nice. It actually, that's the thing. Initially it was like unreliable and not a great source of power, but they are working on it still. They are like trying to fine tune that technology and trying to make sure they can make the most out of it. There are better sources of energy that are like more reliable for sure, but it is a source of energy that they are working on that is being fine-tuned and is showing promise. It's just not there yet, but they're working on it, so it's getting there. But yeah, that is that. Need to mine minerals to make batteries. They're toxic waste. After they're used to the point of being useless, mining makes loads of pollution. Old batteries are waste that needs to be treated. Exactly. And mining those materials very often. I did a paper. Yeah, big time. Literally spitting so many facts. I did a paper on like mining in Africa. And it's basically like the working conditions of the people there are not livable. Like a lot of people get injured, sick, people literally die. The labor laws are like non-existent, basically, that is not something to laugh at. That was not a laugh at that. It's just ridiculous and sad. And it's all for very little money. Very little treatment of the worker as a person, and that's where a lot of the things come from. Or the mines, the stuff that we use on a day-to-day basis. The computer that I'm talking to you guys on would not be possible without a mine shaft of some kind. Like, mining is necessary for many things, but a lot of the working conditions in the mines are dreadful. I had a family member that worked in a mine shaft, and it was awful. it was horrific. They are much older than me, but it was not a good time, obviously. So yeah. Of course, it wouldn't be entirely made from wood, but it cut down heavily on mining. Geological point of view, you can also create plate instability from mining deep, especially if you drain water. Exactly, yeah. Fracking, for example. Fracking is you literally insert high pressured water into fractures in the earth, and you continue to fracture the earth. And it is, for many reasons, very bad. But fracking in general just needs to stop. Like, it causes so many problems. It causes health problems, environmental problems. It's very damaging to most things on this planet. It can cause water pollution. It can cause human health issues, and cause environmental health issues, animal health issues. Fracking, just not a good idea. Bad idea. Are made a huge investment are in the middle of producing a ton of solid state batteries to replace the lithium ones on a more consumer friendly basis. How environmentally friendly these are, I'm not sure, but they're a hell of a lot less of a hazard and danger to people. Increase of wood demand, though, it sadly doesn't guarantee net positive. That's fair. Not to mention lung problems from tiny particles that are a product of mining. Yes, exactly. Luckily, this family member did not work in the mines for very long. And like I said, they are much older. They are also no longer with us, but not for reasons related to the mines. They were in like their 90s. So that's that. Yeah, luckily they didn't contract any health conditions from working in the mines, but got a cat hair in my mouth. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, they definitely had, I think they worked in the mines for like probably 5 years, and it was definitely heavy work, heavy duty. Yeah, Nightbot has come back to life. Stream Elements died for a little bit, but you know, you're an interesting person. I'll be back another time. Gotta go to sleep, early work tomorrow. Nice talking to you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I like to think that I have a lot to offer, and I love going on these little rants. So thank you so much for hopping on in, and I hope you have a good work. I also don't know how much longer we're gonna go for, to be honest. Ironic name considering the gospel you said today. I think I'm missing something. I might be missing something. But yeah, I don't know how much longer we're gonna go for. I don't think we're gonna be doing the Minecraft permadeath today. I wanted to because it could be cool. I never tried it before, and I don't know. But it's been almost 4 hours already of just me talking. Name looks like the word combustion. Oh, okay. Fair. Talking about hardcore. No, permadeath. Not on hardcore, just normal difficulty. Just if I die, I die. And that's it. If I get blown up, if I get shot, if I get whatever, that's it. Yeah, I know a lot about environmental stuff. Honors code permadeath, yeah. Hi! Hello, Liz! I have been ranting for 4 hours about environmental stuff, really. But yeah, I have quite the educational background in that stuff, so I have a lot in the old noggin. I have a lot of books, I have a lot of resources, I have taken a lot of classes, I have 3 degrees. So, yeah. I'm a car and racing enthusiast. Internal combustion is the name of the game in racing. That's fair. That is very fair. Almost out of water. Also, if you are watching the stream and enjoying the stream, I really appreciate if you hit that follow. It is from the Game Shops playlist Nook and Chill. It's the 7 p.m. remix. So, yeah. I'm against hypocrites that gospel about environments while using stuff that makes the environment more polluted. Try to understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, I completely agree. It definitely, it's very contradictory. Like, there are things that you can do as the individual to counter climate change, bad things in the environment. And I'm definitely somebody who pursues like more environmentally friendly stuffs. For a very long time I've been using like shampoo bars, and they're a lot more sustainable. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think you even own Animal Crossing, so I don't know. Let me just check something really fast. Okay, cool. Probably the internet. I feel like Animal Crossing music gets remixed a lot for lo-fi playlists, let alone I have looked at a screen with Animal Crossing on it. Yeah. It is definitely, like, as Chronic said, it is everywhere. Takai said Animal Crossing just now, mine was like Assassin's Creed? No. I think the Assassin's Creed series is cool, but I will never play it because I have a hard time with like person-to-person violence. I'm not somebody, no ass Creed. Nope, none of that here. We're gonna play a lot of games for sure. A lot of stuff, but that will not be one of them, just for the fact of I don't do well with person-to-person violence, so you know. Yeah, like if you're fighting a human and like causing them harm, causing them damage, it really depends on the context, on the graphicness of it. Like Horizon Zero Dawn, I haven't had an issue with, but mostly because we've been like I've been fighting machines. There is some person-to-person violence that I'm like okay with because it's not gory, it's not graphic, it's not any of that kind of stuff. Save the ass Creed for later. What do you have planned, Dan? What you got going on later tonight? I mean, I guess for you it is already night, so what you got? It's on my agenda. It's scheduled in. Let me see, right here. 11:45 p.m. Ass Creed. Is that tonight? That's tonight. Okay, good to know. One thing, 7 p.m. ass, 8 p.m. Creed. Exactly. When I was working in the job that I was working at a few years ago that was outside, I don't need to share my plans. That is fair. That is fair. It is a public platform. Privacy is important. Yeah, like when I was in that job that was like an outdoor job, we listened to so many sea shanties, and the majority of them were from Assassin's Creed. Most of us were some sort of video game nerd, some comic book nerd, weeb, that kind of stuff. So a lot of us were and are gamers, so it's like, it was pretty sick. It's pretty cool. It felt less like we were working in sweltering heat, which we still were, obviously, but it was just really cool. It just made it like very vibey, very cool, very like, exactly, a lot of that kind of stuff. I really like the Irish drinking songs too. A lot of those were played too. Those were fun. Whenever St. Paddy's Day rolls around every year, I listen to like sea shanties and Irish drinking songs like all day. I am part Irish too, so I'm like, that's me. That's me. So yeah, sea shanties are really cool. They're just like very fun, and I love those kind of songs that sounds like everybody in just like a big room is singing all together. Or I have indeed. Yeah, like songs that like would entice people to sing along in like a big group of people. What's wrong with sea shanties, Kurt? I know that your music taste varies quite greatly from mine, but sea shanties are like fun. It's vibey. It's like, you know, it's like singing in a group setting is really fun. Also, I don't have the best singing voice in the world. I'm good at many things. Singing is not one of them. But I like singing. It's fun. I sing at like the top of my lungs if nobody can hear me. But it's really fun to sing in like a big group of people. It's really cool. Like if you're at like a concert or something, you're just singing at the top of your lungs and everybody just vibing to the same song, and it's a sick experience. It's very cool. So yeah, best part of Pirates were that you didn't have to have a great voice to sing along and have fun. Exactly. Like, being able to sing well is not a marker of who you are as a person. It's not like, it can be part of your like experience as a human, but like it's not a marker of like, yeah, I am great because I can sing, or I suck because I can't sing. No. I am good at many things, so that's not one of them. But I totally understand how handling violence might go to play style when I can't diplomacy my way out of situations is to be sneaky murdered bitch. Yeah. No, this is Leva COVID brain. Did you, Liz, are you sick? I didn't know that you got it. Oh good, I am so sorry. I hope that you feel better soon. I hope you do well. Sea of Thieves, I just sit in, I mean honestly, Sea of Thieves is sick, so you know. I know a few people who've gotten sick very recently, but luckily nobody in my household, so knock on wood. My desk is made of wood. Got the big sick, tested Friday, result came back Saturday. Oh goodness, I am sorry. I hope you're feeling okay. Lots of fluids, lots of rest. You know what to do. You're an adult. But I hope you feel better soon. But yeah, nobody in my household has gotten it even once throughout this whole thing, so I am cool with that. No ad. Shut up. Shut your whole face. Entire face. Shush. Thank you. Good. Got symptoms not this, but the Saturday before. Got a positive Tuesday, so now I'm into my second week, soon recovered. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I hope y'all get better soon, because that is not nice. Obviously it's not nice, but yeah, I think that I might call it here, to be honest. I am quite hungry. I know we didn't get any games today, but I've had a great time just ranting, talking at you guys. I actually just spent this afternoon in the ER because I've been having very mild chest pains. Everything's all good. I've been told to just keep resting and hydrating. Okay. I hope you're back home. I hope you aren't sending this from the ER. If you are, I hope you do better soon. That can't be fun to get chest pains and go to the ER. Obviously, for been home for half an hour. Okay, good news. Yeah, I have been like, especially lately, I've been trying to eat very well, partially so that like if I get any sort of big sick, my body can fight it off very easily. I'm like actively working out, like trying to gain weight, trying to eat more protein, more veggies, more like just trying to be as healthy as I physically can. So if I get hit with a big sick, then my body has a bit of an easier time fighting it off. So hopefully I never get it, because I'm triple vaxxed. I haven't gotten it at all, but yeah, I hope so too. I hope I got something comfy. I don't know if Brian is streaming tonight, but if he is, then I'll probably see you over there. As long as you're all comfy and cozy and all that stuff. Hopefully your appetite's good and all that kind of stuff, and lots of fluids. I had a family member have like a little bit of a scare, but everything's fine. Tested negative, all good. And I'm like, can't muster anything, not even getting out of bed. Yeah, very fair. I just watch Critical Role and sometimes go on TikTok. I don't go on TikTok much because like the doom scrolling is just like constantly like, you end up being on TikTok for like 2 hours. But if you're sick and just lying in bed, no issue. I've done that a million times when I'm sick. I haven't been sick a million times, but you know what I mean. Lots of comfort stuff lined up. Good. I'm glad. I like made a new TikTok account. Like I had an old Chimeranth account and then I deleted it because I found that the content that I was like following, I wasn't really a fan of, and I just wanted to start fresh, really. So this new account that I have is Chimeranth. Same thing. Same username across the board. I've been like curating it to be stuff that actually makes me happy, that is actually useful. Animal stuff, environmental stuff, like things that are nice. So it's been better. It's been better for my brain with this account and like curating it to be better for my brain. So that's been nice. Now I'm double vaxxed and boosted. I should have an easy, speedy recovery. Exactly. I hope you recover soon. I hope it's a easy, speedy recovery. Exactly. Only double vaxxed got infected before I get my booster. That's fair. It happens. Well, I mean, you're almost at the end, so that is good. I got my booster in mid to end of December, I believe, so it's been almost a month. Nice. But I also don't really go very many places because, number one, I don't drive. I don't have my license. I don't have a car, any of that kind of stuff. So my other housemates are more likely to go places for obvious reasons. So yeah, none of us have gotten infected. Once again, knock on wood. But it's been pretty chill. Like, I just kind of hang out. Most of my hobbies are indoor hobbies during the winter, at least. Like, I like to go on hikes and walks, and I like to go to the park because I like being outside. But as I said earlier, we got a blizzard right now, so no going outside right now. I did earlier, but that's besides the point. And it's just been like nice to entertain my creative hobbies during COVID, especially. Like, I have been drawing a lot more, reading more. I finished a whole book 2 days ago and I started another book. So we're doing good on the creative aspect, I think. I wish that I could like hang out with my friends, see family, stuff like that. But not doing that right now for obvious reasons. So, yeah, and like, it's wild how before COVID, I was like going into a career of environmentalism stuff. I still want to do that. As I said, most of the stream has been environmental ranting. So I still really want to do that, but like how I went from grad school in environmental stuff to streaming, and I play video games and get paid to play video games. It's been wild. It's like just like such a flip. One of the one streamer that I watch is Cat Scratch. She is wonderful, lovely, lovely, lovely. She also has master's degree in something to do with business, and now she's a full-time partnered streamer, and she didn't start streaming until COVID. And like she lost her job due to COVID, and now she's a full-time partner streamer, and I'm like, you go. Honestly, sick. Good for you. And she's very good. Would recommend. 10 out of 10. Cat. Like that. That's Cat Scratch. She's lovely. I think going to the nature preserve 2 cities over. All my hobbies are indoors / in my room, so I plan to keep me entertained. Exactly. Me too. Now is the best time to be a gamer. Exactly. It is the era of the gamer. It is now time to whip out your gamer brains. Now is the era of the gamer. But yeah, for real though, I think I am gonna go. Because it is 5:30 right now, and I've been going for 4:17. And I'm hungry. I am very hungry. Honestly, part of why I want to move to the UK is because I feel like streaming and art comms is the career path I want. That's financially easier in the UK than the US. That is very fair. I remember you talking about that. I think you were talking about that in Brian or Ashley's stream. One or the other. But it sounds sick. I remember, yeah. Public health care, also very nice. I wish that Canada had dental and vision though. We have a lot of great healthcare, but I wish we had dental and vision. That would be an extra little nice. But yeah, I am like, oh man, I don't know what I'm gonna cook. I don't even know what we fully have. I feel like I want to make like a Korean beef kind of dish. I just got like the biggest craving for this sauce that I make all the time. Oh. Healthcare is also like 2/3 of what I pay for insurance now. Yeah, exactly. Spaghetti. At least I'm able to access it as a resident. Exactly. At least until I'm able to access it as a resident. Very fair. Let me check something. Hold on. That's not how you spell Twitch. I forgot the C. Twith. Let's see. You know what? I think I might actually just send you guys to Cat. Cat is she's been going for 3:17, so I don't think she's gonna end too soon. And she is currently dressed up as a cat. Nice. And she's playing Animal Crossing. Compared to me and a mate I got in the US, when he counts all his federal taxes, taxed and does an all-in, he pays 4% more than me. We got about the same income. Fair. Very fair. So yeah, I'm gonna grab this, and I'm gonna do, oh no, my worst fear, Animal Crossing gameplay. You're gonna be subjected to it, Kermit, whether you like it or not. Let me plug all my stuff because I can. Socials, fan house, Discord. I'm most active on Twitter and in Discord. Thank you. I hope you all feel better. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do when I eat. So is she still going? She is still going. Okay. Too bad. You're gonna have a great time whether you like it or not. So let me throw in. Man, I still have an emote that's processing. Dan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's still processing. It has not uploaded yet. It's been days. So I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do a little raid message. No, it still says processing. I'm gonna maybe resubmit it. That's the raid message. Yeah, I am gonna double check it after stream, but last time I checked, like earlier today or something, it was still processing. So Kat is looking for a villager called Bob. So that is why I said manifesting Bob, because she is on a journey for Bob. So yeah, if you want to catch me in other places, I am most often on Twitter and on Discord. I'll be back tomorrow, but I am hungry. So we're gonna raid Cat. And yeah, please do copy that raid message, everything including both emotes, depending on if you use the follower or the subscriber raid message. And I'm gonna go eat something because I'm really hungry. So yeah, thank you, appreciate it. It's been fun just ranting. And yeah, do stick around because you'll also get channel points on my channel for sticking around. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna go eat and have a great time zone. Bye.
Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. How's it going? Hi. Thank you for manifesting Bob for me. Hello, raiders. I don't normally look like this, but my name is Cat Scratch. I am known for being very chaotic, very cozy, and very happy to have you here. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Just so you can get the vibes and the weirdness of what happens around here, I have a lovely little commercial for you.
Hey kids, it's me, Businessman. Did you know that you can support all your favorite streamers in various different ways? You can follow, you can lurk, you can share their stuff on the social medias. Tell your friend, tell your mom, tell your brother, tell your dad. Have you been retweeting those tweets? Have you been interacting with all the things that they're posting? What other platforms are they posting on? Do you follow their YouTube, their Twitter, their fan house, their Twitch, their Twitter, their Twitch, their Instagram? Look,